Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Bend Motorsport Park. We are absolutely delighted to be here for the South Australia Motorsport Series, featuring Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia for their second round of the 2023 season. My name is Callum Brannigan. We've got a massive day of motorsport coming your way, including 50 minutes of racing from the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, but I'm joined alongside by the man himself. It is Darren Smith. He's out from Victoria. He's here in South Australia, absolutely loving the sights and sounds here at this wonderful world-class facility, the Bend Motorsport Park.
Thank you very much, Callum. Let's backtrack a little bit this morning. I woke up overlooking the Murray River. The sun was coming up. It is absolutely beautiful, South Australia. Every time I come back here, I was lucky enough to attend all 10 of the Australian Grand Prix that were held in that beautiful parkland circuit, downtown Adelaide, and I just love coming to the Bend Motorsport Park. This weekend, the star attraction, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series for round 2, as you've just said. On track next will be the BMW E30 and the S8 tin tops for race 1. XL race number 1 as well, Australian Formula Open race number 1, and the Australian Prototypes race number 1, leading into the 2:25 start of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia race number 1. 50 minutes, all live and free. Cars on track now are for the Australian Prototype Championship, and it is we're 12 and a half minutes remaining in this session. We've got 9 cars on track, a really compact field this weekend, but all of the rock stars are here. And let me tell you, when you look at that timing screen at the moment, John Paul Drake, reigning champion, Jason Macris, right in behind him, champion of the category as well. Phil Hughes in his Radical, the first of the Radicals, and that is a ripper. We spoke to Phil just this morning before we came on air, and he is wrapped. The car rolled out of the trailer, and the biggest problem for Phil is that he is more of an engineer and a mechanic than he is a race car driver. So his problem was the car was fast out of the trailer. Surely we can make some improvements and go faster again. So fantastic to see that Phil is up there. But John Paul Drake, reigning champion, local South Australian, very well known, a bit of a personality, a celebrity if you like, massive on the social medias and podcasting, on LinkedIn and all of those sorts of things. But certainly JP in the number 66, the Joker. And he literally is. His driving suit is the Joker's outfit, purple with the bow tie on it. And that's pretty much how he runs his life. Jason Macris, serious kind of bloke, but loves going racing, and they are running in the 8P1 category. So fantastic to be underway with the prototypes.
Absolutely wonderful, and it looks like we've got the car of Miles Lacey. So that is the Praga that's pulled into pit lane. This is, of course, qualifying for the Prototypes, Australian Prototype Series this weekend, and we've got just over 11 minutes remaining in this session. But unfortunately, Miles Lacey had a bit of a spin on his way out the siding lap, just trying to get those tyres warmed up, dialing in the driver, dialing in the car. He lost it, and just a little bit of a minor misdemeanor. So that was in between turns 1 and 2. He was thankfully able to get that car back out and circulating in this session, but he's pulled it back into pit lane. Team's giving it a quick check. You can see it in the background there as the number 68. That's Knowles, who tips it into turn 1 in that Radical SR3. These cars sound absolutely fantastic, and they're very well suited to this 18-turn international circuit here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Darren, obviously a high downforce is helpful, not necessary, but obviously with these cars, wings, slicks, very light, pretty powerful in comparison to a lot of other race cars. These things would be an absolute joy and a delight to be steering around the Bend Motorsport Park.
The 68, the SR3, 1500cc, normally aspirated, and certainly air over and under the car is channeled to draw this car to the ground. So it does take some time to getting used to. If these drivers have maybe had a history in tin tops or something like that, or out of maybe even out of karting where there's no downforce, does take quite a long time to get used to it. I remember when John Morris was going to be moving into his career in GT racing, he bought one of these Radicals, and in fact he bought a few of them and learnt how to deal with not ground effects, but with downforce before he moved into the GT sort of thing. So the SR3 Radical is awesome at that. We've got the SR8 Radical, which is what Phil Hughes is running in the Phil Hughes' Supercar Services entry, the Bira Baraka entry there as well. So he's got the V8, 2.7 litre V8 Radicals, so that is very, very quick as well. John Paul Drake in, as is Andrew McKee. Andrew, pretty new to prototype racing in the Wolf F1 Mistral. We've got numerous Wolves. There's the Mistral, there's the F1 Extreme. And just watching now, Jason Macris remains on track. He's done 4 laps. Still remains 1.5 adrift of the 66 of John Paul Drake, who is in the pit lane at the moment in the Wolf Mistral, or the Wolf F1 Mistral. Jason Macris in the Wolf Tornado, so different specifications. There's the number 7 now. Geez, doesn't it look fantastic? Scott Borman, the Wolf F1 Extreme. Doesn't it? There's everything on it.
It actually had us running out from where we are positioned in the paddock here for Blendline TV. When they fired that car up to warm it up yesterday morning, we actually ran over to hear it because you're not used to hearing such a loud throbbing V8 in the back of one of these svelte little prototype cars. It sounds absolutely awesome, the number 7 car, as he comes through on yet another flying lap. Now, this sequence of right-handers, it seemingly never ends around the Bend Motorsport Park, works the left-hand side of the car incredibly hard, so tyre management would be a critical factor in these cars, and you can see a halo on that car as well, so you can know full well that that's built to latest safety standards, rubber stamped by the FIA. Always chasing to improve those cars and make sure motorsport is as safe as possible for the competitors as well, spectators and the volunteer officials around the track who are doing it tough this weekend. It was a rather brisk morning, about 9 degrees when we got in the car to head out to the Bend Motorsport Park this morning. Happy to report it's a little bit warmer, albeit about 15 degrees out there, with just enough blue sky out there to make a pair of sailor's pants, Darren.
Certainly is, Callum, and I like your analogy there. This is John Paul Drake, second fastest car. Sorry, this is not John Paul Drake, this is Jason Macris. Don't get those two confused out there after they're coming together at Queensland Raceway about 18 months ago on a last lap lunge into the final corner there. So Macris wants to try and arrest the championship away from John Paul Drake here this weekend. They've had their first round at Phillip Island, and was a bit of a brisk affair down there for that weekend as well. But we hark back to October last year when the Prototype Series last ran here. We had 20 cars on track, but it was John Paul Drake that set the fastest time at a 1:44. So still a fair way off that. A 1:44.5 was John Paul Drake's fastest lap in this car that he's got currently. Jason Macris didn't join us at that particular round at the end of last year. Here's the number 7 again. I'm starting to get a bit of a Can-Am type of feel about this car. When it accelerates, the bigger, more wedge-shaped sort of look, the rear tyres that have got a higher sidewall on them than the Mistrals and the other ones out there as well. Interestingly enough, missing again off the entry list was Nick Kelly, and Nick has got one of these as well. So that was shaken down earlier this week. So big shout out to Nick, the industry guy, and he'll be watching on the live stream and joining us out throughout the weekend. I dare say from home, had other commitments that he had to rush away to. But the other interesting one is Mark Lauke not taking part here this weekend. Mark, evergreen competitor, a local guy, obviously. Lauke Flour Mills, one of the iconic businesses in South Australia. So Macris is now in the pits, as is Phil Hughes. He is in the pit lane as well. The AP1 competitor in car number 27 is in the pit lane as well. That is the Philip Casella Wolf Racing car, and also Lacey in the number 9 into the pits as well there. So haven't seen a whole lot of Miles Lacey actually out there. Only 2 laps in that magnificent R1 Praga as we go to around to the back part of the course now, sweepingly watching this Wolf come through and catching our sights.
Sounds brilliant, doesn't it, Darren? Because there's a lot of variety with the engines and the configurations of these Wolves, and this one sounds particularly distinctive. It distinguishes itself from the other cars with that almost Ducati-esque sound with a V-twin sound. So the car sounds absolutely brilliant as it comes screaming towards you. That Doppler effect with the sound coming towards the microphone in full effect there. Locking a brake for good measure in a number 69 car. as he comes onto the final turn, onto the main straight, which really opens up, gives the drivers a huge amount of room on the outside, on the apron on the left-hand side. They can really stretch the legs of these cars, throw it into that corner and try and maximise as much straight line speed as they possibly can. Obviously, these cars have got a huge amount of downforce, so any straight line speed advantage you can find in an Australian prototype series car will be significant in terms of lap time, with John Paul Drake still leading the way with a 1 minute 46.2, 1 second clear of Macris in second, and Borman in third position, about 2.5 seconds adrift, as Phil Hughes in the number 42 SR8 Radical makes his way back out onto the circuit. So he's just been in pit lane for a few moments. The team's given it a nut and bolt check, just checked all the pressures, and the car is pristine condition to head back out onto the circuit and try and nail some sectors.
By team, do you mean his son Thomas?
That's a team.
That is a team. It absolutely is. What a great way to go racing. In fact, I just applaud the way Phil goes racing. He's clearly got a couple of sons that want to be race car drivers as well, and they're slowly getting an opportunity to have a drive of Dad's race car. The other thing is that Phil's had this car up for sale, and let me tell you, as far as a turnkey supported package, don't forget, I mentioned Phil did a lot of work with Alan Simonson, and a guy that really doesn't need any introduction. And if you want to check him out, put it into your search engine, Alan Simonson, and you'll see what a marvellous career he had at Island Magic every year in the 1 hour sports car race. The Pole Award is named the Alan Simonson Award. The Bathurst 12 hour, the Pole Award, is known as the Alan Simonson Award. So that was a career that this guy in this car we're watching currently, car number 42, had a stellar part in that, in behind the scenes on the radio. So if you're looking to make your way into the Australian Prototype Series, this car represents amazing value and support to get into it. And Phil, I remember the day he went from being mechanic engineer to race car driver. It was a torrential day at Sandown. There was about a foot of water in the straight, and the expat Englishman won a race, and he threw his finger into the air, number one, sort of Sebastian Vettel style. And that was the day the mechanic became a race car driver.
Out with the overalls, in with the polo shirts,
That's
isn't it,
right.
Darren? So that's number 27 of Casella, who's looped it, currently in position 8, and no harm, no foul. He's able to get it back out onto the circuit, carefully checking his mirrors as he does so, rather pragmatically. Great effort there to get that car back onto the track as he comes up to the hairpin. Just under 2 minutes remaining in this session, but Darren, we should say Alan Simonson just sorely missed. He had a huge presence in Australia and was one of those very few European drivers that could get his head around a V8 supercar, and was often invited back to race a V8 supercar, one of the Australia's unique touring cars at our Endurance Classic races. And I remember him racing a 550 Maranello Ferrari back in Adelaide in 2003. I think it was a Cooper's livery.
Beautiful car, absolutely. And that car has just completed, by Phil Hughes, a complete refresh.
Right.
And is back with its new owners. Unfortunately, it's left our shores. But there you go. Aaron Steer at the wheel of this particular car, the number 69. And here we go. Here's the 27. Loading it up, gassing it up. Why wouldn't you? And unfortunately going around, and boy, a big grab of the brakes there, big slide. Headlights remain on. Hit the switch and away we go. Here comes John Paul Drake. The Joker out there on track. And boy, oh boy, what are we about to see here with, well, he's only got 43 seconds to get around the rest of this track to get underway here. And I'm not sure he's going to make it around to get another lap in. Jason Macris has, I would say, resigned himself to the fact that that's qualifying run and done for him. But it is car number 9, the other one that is just parked up at the moment, which is Miles Lacey, only 2 laps. Will start his Australian motorsport career out of position number 9 for the Praga racing team. Rick Campbell running a really tight ship. Big shout out to Ricky Capo, who has done such an amazing job to develop his career, and big shout out to his dad Frank as well, who runs Moderna Engineering, and the support that Frank has thrown at his son for his motor racing career. And of course Ricky has rewarded that from go-karts right through his whole career, and now racing in DTM and a lot of European commitments there as well. So big g'day to Ricky, and let's see what Miles Lacey can do in the Praga R1.
We'll have to catch John Paul Drake in the paddock between races and find out who his favourite cinematic Joker was in the DC movies. Myself, I'm a big fan of Heath Ledger, and I'm sure you're a Jared Leto guy yourself, but the Joker, obviously a prominent figure, and great to see it so beautifully represented. And it's a theme, it's a beautiful theme to embrace and fully immerse yourself in for your motorsport, because if you're going to be racing one of these beautiful Australian prototype Wolves around the Bend Motorsport Park, you might as well look the part as he pulls into pit lane nice and easily. He's on pole position, provisional pole position at the moment with a 1 minute 46.2. We're just waiting for the rest of the grid to safely make their way into the pit lane, Darren. So obviously we've got a full schedule of racing coming our way this morning / this afternoon, but we've got our first race of the weekend coming our way very shortly with the BMW E30s, one of the Victorian categories out here this weekend, alongside South Australian Tin Tops to get their first 7-lap race of the weekend underway. Obviously with 9 cars in this field. It's not the biggest field we've seen in Australian Prototype Series, but it is a quality field, and we look forward to seeing how these wildly different cars in terms of mechanical makeup with engine differences, chassis differences, and how that plays out in the race. So there is confirmation of the results there on the board, Darren.
John Paul Drake will start on pole position over Scott Borman. And the last lap there managed to knock off Jason Macris off the front row. He'll sit right beside Phil Hughes and Aaron Steer. Great to see the number 69 back on track in the Australian prototypes. The guy behind the scenes at Jam Motorsport that looks after pretty much all of the Wolves in this series. And it is fantastic to see Aaron back out, having a drive and proving the wares of his cars. So good to see that. Andrew McKee out of 6. Phil Casella in the number 27. He's in the Wolf Racing car there as well. And Miles Lacey will round out the field. Going to be really interesting to see how the Praga R1 will line up from the fifth row of the grid. And we will see that. Have a look at this car here. What an absolute menace it is. Look at that. Number 7. What a silhouette. Beautiful looking outfit. The number 7 there. That is Scotty Borman in the Wolf F1 Extreme, who will start on the front row for the Australian Prototype Series. We'll take a moment break here, and we will be back with the BMW E30s and SA Tin Tops in just a couple of moments.
BMW E30s and SA tin tops heading out onto the racetrack for their opening race and the opening race of the weekend here at the Bend Motorsport Park in South Australia. 7 laps are ahead of us, so 2 categories out there. You see at the front we've got the tin tops, and rounding out the field just behind we've got the BMW E30s. Alongside me, Dan McCarthy, for this one is Mark Nankara. Great to have you here. You're a South Australian local like myself, and
absolutely
should be some good racing, I reckon, this one.
Well, welcome aboard, Dan, and welcome aboard everybody here on Blendline TV. Here we go. We've got some tin top action coming out. We can see the first lot coming through, which is our tin top section. We'll be setting off these grids in separate intervals. Obviously, tin tops first, and BMW E30 on the second part of the grid. Let's run through the grid. Nice mixed bag of cars here to start off the top. Pole position, obviously Aaron Steer in car number 68, which of course is the Porsche GT3. Alongside of him on the grid will be Stratton Lamberis in the Toyota Corollas. That's once not what it is, still an improved production race car. So lots of cars coming from obviously different classes to combine this SA Tin Tops Championship. Back to position 3 on the grid will be Jaden Jamison in the saloon car. So he'll be back there in the Falcon. Alongside of him will be Dan Sullivan, first of our Victorians there, in the 11 car. And of course Dan is in the Commodore. And we got, back to the next part of the grid will be Andrew Goldman there, the 33 car in the Subaru WRX. Victorian there, and the only ute in the tin tops field, Charlie Kovacs Jr. in the Red Express ute there, in the Commodore ute. Then we go back to Mick Pettit in car number 8 on that part of the grid, and Mick's I think is in a Falcon. He's in the BA Falcon. He's from New South Wales, and then we got James Jensky, local South Australian driver there in the Commodore. Basically,
as we continue to see the cars come through. So yeah, a good field of 11 in the tin tops and just the 12 dozen, so a couple more in the BMW E30. So in that it'll be Royce Lyon that'll start from pole position ahead of Jesse Bryan. Burke will come out of position number 3 and Simon Schiff out of 4. Ashley Rogers has been having a good season so far. He'll come out of position number 5 with Freeman alongside him in car number 78. Behind that we've got Cooper, Bowles, Paul Schiff. Then we've got Bell, Rory Plant, Balfelder and Knight. If you've tuned into Blendline over the course of this year, they will all be familiar names to you. Very, very regular drivers in the BMW E30s once again. So we've got a class of 1 single make car class category, and then a whole eclectic mix of Porsches, Datsuns, Commodores, Utes, Subarus. There really is everything and anything in the tin tops, and that's what makes it so great and the racing so interesting. They've all got their strengths and weaknesses.
well, certainly Aaron Steer there, the 68 car, the more exotic of the tin tops in the group, on pole position there. Yeah, they're on a shot there just coming up to our start position here on the big main straight here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Obviously, the tin tops will be launched off first. Stratton Lamberis back for his first drive in this race car for quite some time as well. Been off the scene. Very fast little turbo-powered Toyota there off the front of the grid. So interesting comparison there as far as the front two are concerned. Two completely different styles of car.
Certainly is. We're seeing a yellow flag still being waved at the back. So, yeah, still the tin tops coming into position. Bigger disparity in coming back to the grid. So, we'll still got the E30s to come as well. So, tin tops are lining up. There they all are. All 11 of them have made their way to the grid. And we are set for a start in the SA tin tops, round number 2 for these guys. A few more competitors than what we saw in the last round, which is really good to see. The Porsche, look at the Porsche just about in the grid box.
Yeah, just sitting right on the line there, Aaron Steer. You've got to be very careful he doesn't jump forward there before the drop of the flag. So, got a couple of bit of Aussie muscle behind them there with the two Commodores. And away they go, so nice clean start. Look at Kovacs there on the inside of the track. He picked up 2 positions there off the start line to get past those 2 Commodores. but it's going to be Steer to lead them down into turn 1 on the outside. Then Barris second, and as I mentioned, Kovacs with a lightning start there. And the Sullivan car, the 11 car around the outside, picked up a position in front of the Subaru there. I think it's the 33 car there of Andrew Goldman, just there on that particular field. So picked up a position. So a couple of clean starts there in the tin tops. Picked up a couple of early positions. There's the carpet shed entry there of Andrew Goldman, the only Subaru in this field. Interesting comparison. He's got the big Falcon there, Sullivan, just in front of him. Or the Commodore, I should say.
Kovacs coming under pressure from Sullivan behind him, so that's the fight for third position. Great start from Kovacs, getting the big V8 engines, power down, really took off from the start line and gained many positions as he roared down to turn number 1, but he's got that Commodore right on his
Oh, there was contact. Oh yeah, there was a nice little hip and shoulder there. Fair play on. That was interesting.
Kovacs has got to be careful how he rejoins. He doesn't want to rejoin into the side of an E30, so he's very cautiously rejoining. So Sullivan takes third position. He is just ahead of, in fact, the Commodore's got through on Goldman while we were looking at that. So Pettit has got through on Johnson, so change of position there. And this is where the Subaru comes into its own around this tight, twisty section towards the end of the, the start of the third sector, sorry, I should say. This is where the Subaru's strong. Subaru was at Winton a few weeks ago in the Super TT class and did very well fighting against Mitsubishi Evos and the like throughout that weekend. So that just shows, you know, a track like Winton, very technical, suits the Subaru. A track like the Bend with big long straights. Oh, another off.
Sullivan off the field, off the track there as well. So Sullivan there in the Commodore there, just doing a little bit wide. And now Andrew Goldman right up behind him, so that's work certainly played into his hands. And just look at the blue Falcon behind them, which has got Mick Pettit behind the wheel there. He's under plenty of pressure too. He's got James Jeske, South Australia. Here we goes the replay, and out she goes. A little bit of lawn mowing, and then just straight back onto the track. So no damage done. Oh, geez, look at that was Jamison that cut across in front of him there. Got a little bit close for comfort as well, just there on that replay. So, in fact, Jeske's now got in front of Mick Pettit there. Jaden Jamison, second generation driver there. Oh, sorry, no, he's not. That's the wrong one. Jamison is the second generation driver. So James Jeske, the basically unlivered white Commodore there. Fairly new to saloon car racing here in SA.
And here we see the BMWs battling away tight at the front of the field. It's the number 38 machine of Brian that leads early on, and then it's Linus Stern, second, third and fourth, which we can see on the screen at the moment. And the Tribute Benson and Hedges livery, number 54, is third in the E30s, but he's coming under pressure. Here comes the number 7 of Plant looking up the inside. He's going to have a big look at the hairpin, but thinks better of it. He's lost a bit of momentum though there. Shift getting around there very nicely indeed. So it's all change further up though. I can see a few people moving around on the timing screen in the other class, the tin tops. But we're looking. There's another off. That's Bell. That's Bell off the road in the Tickford liveried machine. Gets back on the road nicely. Doesn't hit anyone, so can get back underway. And I don't think lost any positions there.
I just saw Charlie Kovacs come into the pits there too, so I don't know whether he was just having a quick check over of any damage there from that contact earlier. So he made his way back onto the track, so just a quick check there.
It was quite wheel-to-wheel contact, so there may be steering damage there. I have a feeling there could be. It was really awkward contact down at the never-ending right-hander. I think that was turn number 10 where they eventually made contact. You got 3 fast right-handers in a row. And it's very hard to overtake there. You need cooperation from the other party.
Up the front there. Gee, the BMWs are beautiful leather up the front, and there's a group behind him as well, which is got the 50 car involved there, which is the Rogers car.
So top 2 you saw in the BMWs, first and second in the series after 3 rounds. So Jesse Bryan from Royce Line, and they are Linus Stern in this race as well. And then behind that we have Rogers, Burke and Schiff, which we are looking at on the screen at the moment. And here we go, they're coming up to a couple of the slower tin top cars. This could play a factor in this 7-lap race, but they've both got through on that Falcon nicely, and they can continue on with their fight. Line all over the back of Brian, harassing him left, right, and centre, going a little bit wider to get a nice run out of turn number 3, and does so successfully, but unfortunately now he's got the outside for turn number 4.
Right up here. Got to be very careful going through this section. Especially to a stern like that, especially to go down into turn 6. Very tight corner just coming up here at this moment. So, oh gee,
trying the long way around.
That's very hard to do, and he'll get out on the grass there too. So that's not going to help his cause as much.
So Brian holds on, but only just. Really valiant effort there from Line to try around the outside at the very, very tight hairpin. But it's play on through the fast section now, the long right-handers, and Line is already back on his tail. Line, no doubt, early in this race has a superior pace, but as yet has not been able to find a way through. There's another slower tin-top car just ahead. That's the Falcon that we saw go off the track at this section of the road just before. That was Ball, so they're catching up to that car quite quickly. Here is Line. He's going to have a look, I reckon, up the inside at turn number 14, the 90-degree left-hander. No, not quite close enough on this occasion. But they are very quickly, look, flashing the lights, trying to tell the Falcon, I'm faster than you, please give me some room, I'm in my own battle.
That is an awkward spot to pick him up though, that car too. That's probably the worst spot when you're trying to battle out for the lead in your own class. Oh, it's got Lauren Ball there. She's not going to be too sure which direction to head, and she's going to try and step aside. Well, it's certainly played into Brian's hands there.
Line's got a great run though. In fact, Line's got the inside line into the last corner. Can he swing it in ahead? He can. Brian with a bit of a twitch mid-corner, and Line makes the move, but I don't think it's done yet. Such a long pit straight. Brian will be in the draft, trying to get the toe to swing back up the inside down into turn number 1. And here comes the Falcon coming back on both of them. This is great class racing. And look, the Falcon's back ahead, so these two have to re-overtake the mighty Ford Falcon. Line holds on. Oh, the Falcon's wide. Falcon is locked up, gone off by himself.
Certainly showed the Falcon was pretty good in a straight line there, no problems about that. But obviously the BMW is much stronger in the tighter and twisty bits of the circuit under brakes. Tell you what, Line's got away here from Brian at the moment, so once he's got himself in front, he's up and away, so heading down towards turn 6, a little bit different to what we saw in the previous lap. Not sitting alongside of each other this time around, so become a little bit more separated. Our overall race leader is Aaron Steer. He's in a world of his own at the moment out there in the Porsche. Not too sure about where he is, but he's gone as the Lauren Ball entry there. 27 car there of Mr. Burke car there, the BMW.
And Simon Schiff right on his tail. A couple of shifts out there on the racetrack. They've been stalwarts of the BMW E30s category for quite some years, and now they're having to negotiate the Ford Falcon. As they look left and right, trying to get through. Oh, we got a spinner. Oh, it's Brian from second place, our early race leader, and importantly, championship leader, is stuck in the gravel trap.
And he won't get out of there either. He's got himself buried. And there's a Goldman car as well, which is up against the wall, so...
That's turn number 6. Come to the inside, very far over to the inside.
There's a long way off track there, so I'm not too sure what's happened. I don't know if we're going to replay that, but that's a very unusual position.
And the Falcon's off again. It's all action in this one, isn't it? And we can see Berg and Schiff, they're just negotiating all the drama around them, and they're keeping their heads firmly forwards, and they are moving forwards, gaining positions, hand over fist, as people around them drop out the race left, right, and centre. So it is Burke from Schiff. This is now, of course, the battle
for third and fourth, yeah?
That's right, rather than fourth and fifth. So number 27 swings it around. This is the closest battle in the BMWs at this stage of the race. And they've certainly put on a show early in this one. 4 down, 3 to go.
Safety car's been called. I just heard that on the mics there. So, yeah, there it is, the full course yellow there. So safety car has been called.
I think the right decision, because that Brian car was really, that's right in the way. If you make a mistake down there, you'll end up joining him. So I think that's the right call made there by the officials. Certainly the correct decision when a car is that close to the racetrack at such a precarious part as well. That's a corner known for mistakes, turn number 11.
As they current over a race leader on screen there, the Bend Motorsport entry there of Aaron Steer. It was a late entry here this weekend in the Porsche GT3.
What a margin. 10.7 seconds when the safety car came out ahead of Limbris, and then Sullivan 48 seconds back. So the front two had absolutely bolted. They were almost in cruise control bringing it to the checkered flag, but they got it all to do once again because the field will be tightly packed up. If we can get that BMW back out of the gravel trap quickly, we may be able to go for a one-lap sprint to the finish, but we'll have to wait and see. There is the Knight BMW. Oh, there, the Tickford Falcon, the liveried machine. The Tickford liveried car that we saw the BMWs battling with was stuck on the outside of turn number 1 as well.
So we've got a few stranded cars around the circuit at the moment, unfortunately. There's the safety car being deployed there, so our race leader there, Aaron Steer, we got Stratton and Barris just behind him in that's the little missile Toyota there. That's a very fast little car, and there's back to...
Lost a BMW, that's Bowles. That's Bowles in the lane, so not quite sure what's happened there. Great to see Charlie Handlebars Kovacs back out there on the racetrack, albeit a couple of laps down. In fact, actually didn't go a lap down. Oh, just about, sorry, behind the two leaders, so it's just gone a lap down. That's a real shame, because he would certainly have made up some positions.
Charlie Kovacs Jr. has been a changed man. He's just recently been married.
Yeah, right.
So he's just put the rings on the fingers there, so a little bit more of a different commitment these days.
Of course, very well known for V8 Ute racing back in the day.
That's right.
Getting the
Well, his father was the senior, of course.
Yes.
Famous for the big white moustache, of course. They actually painted on the front grille of that particular ute.
Great to see the tradition continuing there. There it is.
There it is, right there, right
on the front.
Right on cue. The Red Express entry there, the big supporters of this SA Motor Racing Series. There's the 38 car buried up there as well.
Does Charlie Kovacs Jr. support the legendary moustache as well?
He certainly does.
Fantastic.
Not quite as wide as his father's, but I'm looking at it a little bit fresher. But
here's what we've got coming up. So at the moment, we've got the BMW E30s and SA tin tops, albeit under safety car for that machine there in the gravel trap championship leader of the E30s. So after this, we've got 7 laps, Hyundai XLs, a bit of an interstate, I don't know what you call it really, battle I suppose, between South Australia, Victoria, and we've even got a New South Welshman as well. Following that, we have the Australian Formula Open Series, 10 laps. That's at 1:10 local time. Then we've got prototypes, and the one that everybody here on the top of the pit straight facility is here for, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. Yes, give us a wave.
There we go, all the people up there on the sky deck having a good look. That's a great viewing spot up there if you're braving the pretty wintry conditions here this weekend. It is a bit fresh, but you see the flags waving in the breeze there, so there's quite a stiff breeze blowing as well. So up there on one of the many great vantage points, viewing points here at the Bend Motorsport Complex. It's probably a few brave souls up there in the breeze.
Yes, experiences and events at the Bend. If you're enjoying what you see and you want to have a go around this circuit, visit thebend.com.au. Yeah, you can see quite a few fans, and they're littered around the racetrack as well. A few in the infield watching from turns 14 and 15 as well, down at 17 and 18. There's some good viewing spots at this racetrack, that's for
sure. You can
sure.
sit in your car at many of the spots in the comfort of your own vehicle.
Exactly.
The park and view areas here at this venue, which is fairly popular.
If you're enjoying what you're seeing today, it's $20 entry, I believe, tomorrow for everyone, adults as well, and then $30 for park and view, so only an extra $10, and you don't have to get out your car, and you can stay cozy and warm with the heater on. But fingers crossed, anyway, it's a little bit warmer tomorrow, but weather is certainly clear compared to this morning, hasn't it? It was pretty damp actually when we first arrived this morning. These guys were qualifying in some damp conditions, and it was getting drier and drier as the session went on, and it really came down to that last lap.
There's the officials there waving the flags, waving around the cold breeze. We were really struggling for officials here this week, and we do thank for them having on board here. I know the numbers were really struggling to get numbers at all these different points around the circuit, so we do thank them for being on board. And I know it's a massive, big race course here, and needs a lot of volunteer officials to fill in those spots. So, a man there in the bright fluorescent orange there, waving the yellow flag there, and he'll continue doing that until the lights go out, of course, and the safety cars looking like in fact, they're on their last lap here.
Yeah, we're not going to go back to green,
so it's going to finish under safety car, unfortunately, which we don't like to see as race fans, but unfortunately that's the case at the moment, and there they go. So
no, these BMWs are so far behind the race leader, they're still catching up to the train. So the BMWs are going through, they're now just beginning their last lap. Shows the difference, doesn't it, between the pace of the tin tops at the front of the field and the BMWs in their own class battle. But they certainly put in a show, the BMWs, in this first race. Shame we're not going to go back to green.
Good to see Lauren Ball there and the Falcon there too, got back on the track. So it's confirmed they will finish under safety car here. So and there's our overall tin top leader there, and Aaron Steer in the Jam Motorsports Porsche. Push back to the field course beyond the safety car. So much more a type of exotic vehicle compared to some of the other tin tops in this field. Local Jam Motorsports, of course, situated right here at this very venue, in the sheds down the back here at the Bend Motorsport Complex. And they've got a big not only in this race car, but obviously heavily involved, of course, in the Prototype Series, which is also here this weekend. They've got a lot of cars that have been engineered by Jam Motorsports here this weekend.
There we can see the weather, 16.4 degrees, 53% humidity with a northwest breeze. It's sunny. It may look like a little eclipse going on, but it is sunny. Yellow, I believe.
Looks like a meatball flag.
It does, doesn't it?
At the moment, it's,
absolutely.
We definitely don't have a meatball flag. That's definitely, yeah. Needs a bit of cloud or a bit of colouring on that sun.
Great.
So just waiting for these cars to come around, a complete under safety car. Just a couple more corners to get around, and they'll come back inside the complex. So there they go. They're in. So there goes the tow truck there.
I just saw the ball car being the ball Falcon being towed back into the lane. So as we say, not just one recovery, but several cars coming to a halt out there. The Goldman Subarus out there as well at turn number 6. So got a few cars to recover. But barring any mechanical issues in the last couple of corners, Steer should hold on to the race victory. And a really dominant display, took off from the start and was never headed. Continued to pull out a margin, and 2 seconds faster than Limberis's fastest lap out there. So yeah, very much had it under control in that one, in the number 68 Porsche. Really nicely presented. You're saying about the Jam Motorsport facilities out the back. There's a few sheds been, but of course we've got the new Bend Motorsport Park dragway that's just been completed as well.
How enormous is that going to be? Unbelievable. I can't wait for that moment. The drag facility that's been built here, it's been well publicised, but we're going to have a national drag competition here in October, which is just going to be out of this world, really. It's going to be massive.
We see them cross the line then. So it is Steer that takes a victory from Limberis. Sullivan comes across the line in third ahead of Jamison. Jeske, Pettit, that is the top 6. Then first of the BMW E30s. Royce Lyon is championship contender, finishing in, or championship rival I should say, finishing in the gravel. So he takes the victory line ahead of Rogers, Burke, Simon Schiff in 10th position, 4th in class, and it looks like Brian still hasn't been able to make it back to the pits, so really disappointing.
Looks like there might be something broken there. He's having a look underneath the front of that car, so he's got himself out the gravel, but obviously it's not going to get back under its own steam, so they're going to have to go and pull that car out again, unfortunately, which is going to make it a double recovery for that car.
Really, do you see that? Here are the results then. So Aaron Steer taking victory by 3/10, but it was under safety car conditions. Stratton Limberis coming home in second. Damien Sullivan in third. Jaden Jamison in fourth. James Jeske in fifth. ahead of Mick Pettit. Then we had first of the BMW E30 contenders, Royce Lyon, ahead of Ash Rogers, Brian Burke and Simon Schiff, rounding out the top 4. Then we had a couple more of the tin tops, Philip Dean and Steve Neely, and then a couple more of the BMWs. So Tim Freeman, Paul Schiff, Rory Plant, Tristan Balfelder, Shannon Cooper. Then we had Peter Knight. Then it was the contenders that hit trouble. So Charlie Kovacs Jr. We also had the next machine of Brian, of course, then Ball, Bowles, Goldman and Bell in what was really quite a race of attrition in the end.
We lost a lot of tin tops out of that race, probably half the field there, unfortunately. So there's a bit of work to be done between races there as far as those competitors are concerned.
That was the sole BMW E30s and SA Tin Tops race for today. They've got 2 tomorrow. BMWs will be out at 9:30 tomorrow morning. BMWs and SA Tin Tops, and then their final race coming at 1:25. That's South Australian time. Of course, if you're watching in Victoria or Queensland, New South Wales, make sure you wind the clocks back. We are half an hour behind here in South Australia. Blue skies in parts. Very, very black clouds in other parts as we see the fans continuing to flock to the Bend Motorsport Park. We'll be back after this short break with Hyundai XLs out for their first 7-lap encounter.
Okay, this is now time for, of course, the XL Challenge. This is race 1 for the weekend, over 7 laps. And, of course, it's become a bit of a Victorian versus South Australian challenge. And here they come. All these little XLs, all their tribute liveries and all their different colours. They're making their way out, and on pole position, well, what a terrific front line we've got here. Have a look at on pole position. It'll be the young Mildura base driver on pole, the Autobahn engineer Joel Johnson. Terrific qualifying performance. Alongside of him will be the car there of Toby Waghorn in the 84 car. So two of the Victorians on the top of the list there. Then we got Aston Cadich, another Victorian there in car 13. Car 117 there of Hugo Simpson. All the Victorians up the front there. Let me go back to position 5 on the grid, car 194 of Cadell Ambrose. We've got Jet Blamuris there in car 22. Go back to the first of the South Australians. Or in fact, got James Lodge, and then the first of the South Australians there in Jacob Curry. There'll be a bit of a smoky in the field there. And we go back to Glenn McKenzie, the first of the Masters entries there in the 85 car. Alongside of him, the local driver there, the South Australian driver Shane Nowicki. Go back to Blake Tracy, alongside of him Harry Tompkins. And around out the top 12 there, we go back to Tony Venier, who's second in the Masters class. Then we go back to Jake Gallia in the Castrol livered car. Then we go back to Lachlan Harvey, Donny Mavavic there in the 92 car. Adrian Gallagher in the 71 car, and then Michael Jeffs, another one of the Masters cars there. And we go back to Ollie Patterson in the 95 car. Lee Kennedy right back towards the back of the field in the 159 car, and right at the back of the field there is Tice Hodge in the 185 car. I think had some dilemmas too in the qualifying session as well.
You were saying top SA driver was, would you say Curry, but according to the sheet, oh yeah, it's Joel Johnson, sorry, yes.
Yes, it's all good. No, it is a Victorian lockout here, Dan, that's for sure, and here they come around.
Of course,
Australia's fastest growing one mate category. Gee, hasn't it exploded over the last 2 or 3 seasons? There's been so many cars, all these young drivers that really starting, and we mentioned earlier that about how they've progressed and gone through other national categories.
So there on the timing screen you can see the blue numbers, they are the Victorians, the red numbers are the South Australians, and then we've got a light blue, Tracy, that's the New South Welshman in the field, and then as well we've got the little orange little tick, so that means that they are in the trophy class, and then the other colour is for Masters. So there's a couple of different things, we'll touch back on that later on in the race. But yeah, the colours, as we say, it's a bit of a interstate rivalry they got going this weekend. So Victoria against South Australia. So we have 7 Victorians at the front of this field. The Autobahn number 5 Johnson alongside Waghorn in the beautifully presented number 84 XL. This is going to be a really, really good race. I'm very much looking forward to this, and it's great to see the Victorians fighting it out at the front of this field, as they have done throughout the first few rounds of the Vic State Race Series. Many familiar names, and you can see a few spectators enjoying the action on the inside of the circuit. We're about to go green.
Now we're poured started. Johnson likes the lead. That's where he wants to be. But I've seen him before. If he gets in front here, he doesn't like being in traffic, and he didn't get the ideal start. So Waghorn got the start clean enough. No problems there. Cadich was quick as well off the line.
Cadell Ambrose has got the best start with the black and the orange stripe through the middle from 5th. He's looking up the inside of a couple of competitors. I think he might have to slot into position. So it's Waghorn from Hugo Simpson, and then Johnson shuffled back, the Pulsar to shuffle back to 3rd. Then Kadich, who swings it around the outside. He's in 4th, just ahead of Ambrose.
So race leader, they're probably not what we quite expected. Johnson and Pulsar to back a couple of spots there. 13 car to mix it around. Anthony Cadich there, the 134 car there. Oh, that's the Ambrose there, the 194 car, the orange stripe car. He got a flyer off the line. And
Simpson up the inside. Hugo Simpson takes first position from Waghorn, and Kadich got Johnson briefly, but Johnson fights back on the exit of the turn number 6 hairpin, and he's going to be followed through by Cadell Ambrose, who moves up to 4th position. So they've shuffled, all of them have moved up and down positions already halfway through this first lap, but the top 5 have broken away from the rest of the field. Bloomer is already over a second behind Ambrose in 5th, and beyond that it's Curry. Tompkins has moved up from 12th to 8th. Of course, Tompkins 2nd in the Vic State Championship at the moment. He'd have been disappointed with that qualifying, so he's going to make hay while the sun shines and try and make it up to that top 5 as quickly as he possibly can.
Just saw a qualifying top 5 starting to get away from the rest of the field here, and here we go. So Waghorn there on the outside. Now look at Johnson on the inside. They're trying to sneak through. It tightens up there. He's got to be careful. He's managed to get through there okay, so that's going to climb up towards and down the hill towards turn 17. And so Simpson's still in front of the elite glass entry there, just coming towards us. Waghorn Johnson here trying to fight his way through. He doesn't like this. He likes to be in front. Look at Ambrose still breathing down the next 2.
Johnson to the inside of Waghorn into the final corner. It's an awkward place to pass that one because it can affect your run down the pit straight, and that's what's happened. Johnson doing a half move. He's lost the momentum, so here comes Ambrose and Kadich. Kadich bump drafting NASCAR style down pit straight towards turn number 1, and I think they might get 2 places here. They might even get Hugo Simpson by the time we get turn number 1. Here comes Kadich, the big send up the inside. He's going for a position. There he goes. He goes from 5th to 1st in one straight. Remarkable.
That's what you come to expect from this category. And it drops Johnson out of the picture too. Well, that was all happening. It's another race leader. So as we make our way down, Ambrose in 2nd position. Simpson now back into 3rd position. Now Johnson trying to fight back underneath him as well.
And Curry's caught this 5-car train as well, so there's now a 6-car train in the fight for fight at the top of the field. Hugo Simpson says, I don't want 3rd position. I'm going to take 2nd back off you. Thank you very much, Cadel Ambrose. Shuffles. Oh, there's big contact.
Ambrose is off. Oh, I don't know if there was help there or what, but goodness me, that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, Hugo Simpson thought the move was done, went to the outside of the circuit. Cadel Ambrose was still there. There'll be 2 differing opinions there. Cadel will say, you should have left me room, and the number 117 of Hugo Simpson will say, well, I had the pass made, you should have backed out of it. So I'm sure that'll be discussed after the race, but it's certainly shuffled. There we go, the 194 machine.
Oh, there was a big bump there. There was certainly contact.
Yeah,
goodness me.
Definite overlap out of turn number 4, and we can see the cars continuing around the middle section of the lap. Fastest in the 2nd sector there, Johnson, so up to position number 2 with all of the chaos there that happened with Simpson and with Ambrose. So Johnson moves back up to 2nd, Simpson shuffled back to 3rd, then we've got Waghorn in 4th, Curry in 5th, and Ambrose just about keeping on the tail of the top 5 in 6th position. But look at Kadich, fastest in the 1st sector. As we say, he went from 5th with a big slingshot, took 1st position by the time he got down to turn number 1, and he's got his hammer down. He's trying to break away. He doesn't want to fight. He's going to try and pull a margin as quickly as he can to break any toe, because the toe is so vital down this very long pit straight.
Hard charge here is certainly Jacob Curry here, just up behind that lead group. Local South Australian driver there. We had a pretty successful meeting here a couple of weeks back. You see that very different livery on that 27 cars, and that's all hand done too. That's not a full wrap. Interesting colour scheme in that car, but he's certainly another young SA driver, mate, coming in leaps and bounds. Just back there in 5th position, there's the 84 car there, a Waghorn. Just in picture there. He's just up behind the 117 car there of Hugo Simpson, the bodyline entry. It's a nicely delivered car too. They've done a great job with that presentation. So fastest lap there, Kadich, which has just been posted 2:23.27. Current race leader, of course, and that's the reason why he's just starting to skip away here.
Certainly is fastest in the 1st and last sector last lap, so yeah, pulls quite a considerable margin, although he's been reeled in quickly. 6/10 he's lost in that 1st sector alone, but that's all down to the toe that Johnson and Simpson would have had. At the moment, if you're a South Australian watching from the sideline, there's only one South Australian in the top 8, that is Curry, car number 27. So if you're a local watching on the sidelines, that's the one you want to cheer on. Car number 27 out there on the racetrack at the moment. The other 7 drivers in the top 8 are Victorians. So they lock out the front 4 positions at the moment. It's Kadich, Johnson, Simpson and Waghorn at the front of the field. Ambrose seems to have reset, although he had that big off-track excursion after contact with Simpson. He seems to have reset, no major damage there. But there's a fair bit of fighting further back down the field as well. This is the number 44 machine of Venier.
Tony Venier there, currently second position in the Masters class, just behind Mackenzie there in the 85 car. And there they are. That's first and second there in the Masters class. So they're going to sort themselves out there as well. So there's 2 classes obviously running a Masters, being the more, well, let's say a little bit more senior than the other drivers in the trophy class. It's a new initiative put into Circuit Extra Racing this year. To make it a bit more of a fairer playing field.
It's been really popular, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Really has been popular. Big hit with all the drivers. And speaking of big hits, here comes Johnson up the inside of Kadich.
Here we go, race lead here. Yes. Johnson on the inside. That's better track position to put him in. Nice spot here down to turn 1. And you get the job done there quite comfortably in front of Kadich. So that's a big lap for Johnson there. We just mentioned that, in fact, that was the fastest lap just being posted there for the race there by Johnson. That's the reason why he's gone to the front. And this is his favourite position. This is where he likes to be.
Waghorn's got Simpson as well, and Ambrose has got Curry. So 2 drivers changing for first, for third, and for fifth. And it looks like these top 6 have broken away. Tompkins has made his way up to 7th, but he's unable to match the pace of these front runners at the moment.
Bit heavy on the shoe there. A little bit of a brake lock up. Down into turn 6, trying to put the pressure back here on Joel Johnson. And while they're trying to sort each other out of the front, the 2 behind are doing the same. Because Waghorn and Hugo Simpson are pretty close in hand as well. There's the battery stop entry there, the 33 car there of Harry Tompkins. And the 22 car behind him is shot there. That's the Blumeris car. They're a bit further back, 7th and 8th on track at the moment. And that's going to turn into a bit of a battle too, I suggest, in the next lap or so. Just looking at what that car is doing behind him as far as times are concerned. So back to the front we go. It's the Autobahn entry here of Joel Johnson.
It's really interesting, Joel Johnson being a Victorian, but chooses to participate in the South Australian Series, and it's good to see that he's mixing it against the very best that Victoria can throw.
Well, there's a good reason for that, because he lives in Mildura.
Oh, okay.
Which is a lot closer to Adelaide than obviously what Melbourne is.
Yes.
So there's a lot of talent that's come from that area of the world, isn't there, as driving talent?
Cam Waters.
Cam Waters is
the
certainly
Kelly
one.
brothers.
Yep.
So certainly, yeah, a small region of Australia, but as you say, produce some fantastic drivers. As we can see them turn into turn number 17. It's a bit of a chess game at the moment, isn't it?
Oh, gee, it's all over the back of the 13 car there of Kadich. Oh, a little bit twitchy there, Kadich, too, in the 13 car. And Waghorn's under immense pressure now. He's got Hugo Simpson right behind him. Oh, look at this, they're in shot.
Simpson got a great run out the final turn. He's bump drafting, so rather than going to the inside, he's just going to push Waghorn along as they head down towards turn number 1 and try and make it a 4-car battle rather than...
And the race leads on too. It's game on here. There's cars everywhere. Let's have a look. Oh, gee. Kadich on the outside trying to do it the long way. Don't think Johnson wanted a bar of that.
He's going to have to go the long way here at turn number 3 as well.
It'll tighten up here. Get up on the inside. Kadich needs to be on the inside at 6.
Or there's a bit of overlap. Oh, not quite.
Not quite. He's not going to get the nose tucked under there, so Johnson better track position going down the inside of turn 6. Still close and handy. Where's this other pair behind him? That was the other thing I was trying to figure out. There they are.
I don't think they're a pair behind. I think it's a group of 4 now. As look at that, Johnson defends down into turn number 6. Kadich is right there, and so is Waghorn.
Oh, he's looking for a pass too to get up into second position.
Don't go the outside around these corners. That's you're going to run out of room very quickly.
Big fast sweeping part of the circuit down the back of the circuit here. Turns 10, 11 and 12. It's a big fastest part of the circuit. Right down the eastern side of the track. And we'll turn back towards us here. Towards turn 13, so it's still Johnson, Kadich, Waghorn in that order. Hugh Simpson's, those 4 have got away there, Dan. They're Starting to dominate.
It's just what I was about to say. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ambrose and Curry have certainly been dropped
Oh,
in these last
Johnson.
couple of laps.
Oh, he's down the dirt there. What on earth is going on there? He just went out there on his own. He got back on track pretty quickly, but I tell you what, it's giving Cadich a massive look in here.
I've just seen Lodge has come in the lane, so I don't know what's happened to Lodge, but he is in the lane. But we'll talk about this battle at the
Cadich
moment.
back in front here. The 13 car is certainly back in front.
But not for long, because Waghorn's going to send it to the inside. But no, Cadich brakes really late. Actually runs a bit wide. Going to affect the momentum up the hill towards the final turn number 18. This is probably the most important corner on the racetrack. If you get a bad run out of there, you'll be a sitting duck. You'll lose 1, 2, maybe even 3 positions. But he's done that nicely. But the cars behind will have the tow. They're snaking across from one side of the circuit to the other, over to the inside line. And here we go, Waghorn to the inside. He wants first position with 2 laps to go. It's all to play for still. And Cadich moves across down towards the brake zone. Oh,
gee.
Waghorn, he
got
saved
contact.
it. He saved it, brilliant save.
Jeez.
All sideways, all crossed up going in. I'm
Well,
not sure if
Jacob
there's
Curry.
contact or rear brake lock. You reckon there's contact?
Maybe, but Jacob Curry was licking his lips because he just picked up another position. He's straight past him. Obviously, it's just contact. Just looking at the way that car reacted. I don't know if we've got a replay there, but certainly there was a hip and shoulder there somewhere. And the way the back end of that car swung out, I would have thought that was the case. Let's have a look. And, oh yes, no doubt Simpson tagged him there. Right up on the driver's hand side there on the door, so I think there might be a bit of a battle scar on the side of that car for that contact too, I would have thought.
So Waghorn shuffled back to 6th position. Ambrose moving up a position or 2. So chopping and changing almost sector by sector. And Johnson 2 wheels through the grass again. Saw him do that towards the end of the last lap. And again, 2 wheels through the grass. Oh, a little bit wide there for Cadich as he's trying to break away around the sweeping turn number 12. He ran wide, cost him momentum as they head towards the awesome turn number 13, the 90-degree right-hander. But it's so much more than that as you come up and over the crest. You can't see the exit of that corner as you swing it round. You've just got to trust that the corner's still there and that you've got your line right.
Johnson trying to fight back here, and he's doing a pretty good job. It's lap 6 or 7 at the moment, so he's got a little bit of time up his sleeve. He's had a bit of a mixed race, hasn't he, Johnson? He's led and gone back to 4th and gone back up to 2nd again.
I think they all have. It's
Yeah, it's
like
been-
up and down like a yo-yo.
It's changed everywhere, but so the Autobahn entry on the hard charge, Simpson just behind him. So these top 3 just get away fair from Ambrose. So the orange stripe car just behind them. And there's another pair behind them that are having a go. I think that might have been Curry and Waghorn. I just sort of just had a picture there. Especially the South Australian drivers.
Great run for
Inside there,
Johnson.
and here we go down the main straight here at the Bend, and this is the final lap. This is going to be an exciting final lap too. Look on the inside there of Johnson, the Autobahn entry. Got himself nice track position there, up on the inside, and he'll get that job done. Oh, Willie. Oh, not quite. Caddy's with him on a bar of it, pushes him wide. Bit of an instant replay from the last lap.
Cadich likes to keep it around the outside at turn number 1, doesn't he? Doesn't take no for an answer, and he's going to try and keep it there.
Simpson's trying to sneak through too there as well. You see the green 117 car behind them. Oh, goodness me. That was a bit close for comfort. Just in shot there, the main down towards turn 6. Johnson in front.
Simpson's got a nice line there out wide. He's going to try and cut back, but not able to do so. Is Johnson going to defend down into turn number 6? You bet he is. Cadich, a bit of a lock-up. They're all condensing down into the hairpin. So at this point, it's still as it was. So Johnson ahead of Cadich, and then Simpson in 3rd position. Look at how close these two are.
This is for the checkered flag here. Final lap. Still anybody's. Can Johnson hang on? Cadich right on his tail. Oh, jeez. Very close again. There's a lot happening. Especially if he comes right down the back of the circuit. Down to turn 11 there, so it's coming to swing back towards us. Inside the last half lap.
There's Simpson as well. He's not out of it yet. And if all 3 come to have issues, Ambrose is there lurking as well. I don't think he's going to quite get close enough unless there's some issue with these top 3. There's only a handful of corners to go, but pretty much all of them are overtaking opportunities, so it's still all to play for as they head into the final sector of the lap. Johnson has Kadich right behind him. There's the number 117. Simpson's just lost a little bit of ground. Here we go. Johnson going defensive down into turn number 17. Kadich swings to the outside. There's a bit of a lock up there for Johnson, who's run a little bit wide. Kadich trying to get the inside, just a little bit of overlap in turn number 18. He's not going to have it. As you say, final turn. It's going to be about the run to the line. It's quite a short run to the line here at the bend. So I think as a result, Johnson should just about hold on and does so. Very, very tight, just half a second separating the top three at the line. Johnson, Kadich and Simpson. Brilliant racing from those trio, and really the first half dozen.
Certainly will. Yeah, Waggle coming behind them, just beyond Ambrose. First the South Australians there. Jacob Curry did a pretty good job. Now what are we looking at here? Car 25. A little bit further back in the field, which is the Harvey car. It's all over the back of the Mike Jeff's car, which is the 30 car in front of him. There we go. And they're currently in overall 14th and 15th position on track. There's the 30 car there of Jeff's. That's one of the Masters cars in that field too. Jeff's currently running 4th in that class.
Yeah, class going to Mackenzie in the end, and the number 30 does hold on. Jeff's from Harvey, and Gallia in that brilliant Perkins Engineering
Isn't that the coolest looking livery car out there?
I agree.
That is. Have a look at this car, the Gallia car, the little Castrol livered replica car that turns around. Brilliant job. They've done a superior job with that car.
It's almost identical, isn't it? You just look at it, you think Larry Perkins, Russell Ingall. It really, really is so well done. You know, you see some tribute liveries that are done reasonably well. That is a brilliant, brilliant one. Really good to see. And we see Tracy crossing the line, and there's the number 95 machine of Patterson as well. I think Patterson will actually gain a position because Tracy of New South Wales had a 15-second time penalty.
So we'll have a look at the final results here. We catch our breath. So it was obviously Joel Johnson, Aston Kadich, Hugo Simpson, Cadell Ambrose, and well done to all those top 4 or 5. Toby Waghorn in 5th position, the first of the SA drivers there. Jacob Curry, Harry Tompkins back there, Jet Blamiris running out the top 8. Shane Nowicki, another one of the SA drivers there in the 52 car. That was the one that we didn't see on their qualifying screen earlier on. The first of the Masters cars there, Glenn McKenzie. Did a pretty good job actually to finish in the overall top 10. We go back to the X part of the field. Tony Venue in overall 11th, finished 2nd in the Masters class. Donny Markovic there in the 92 car. Jake Gallia. We've got another South Australian there. Michael Jeffs, who was in the Masters class as well in car 30. Lachlan Harvey, Adrian Gallia, who we just talked about. Tice Hodge made up a bit of ground. He finished from the rear, or started from the rear of the field to the start. Blake Tracy, Ollie Patterson, and Lee Kennedy to wrap out the 20 there.
James Lodge, the only DNF for the front-running Victorian, but not front-running in that one. P21, he'll be coming out the back for the race tomorrow, or the first of 3 races tomorrow, so plenty of XL action. So if you enjoyed that, make sure you head to the Bend to watch the action. They'll kick off proceedings tomorrow, actually, at 9 a.m. South Australian local time. And then a couple more races after that at 1 o'clock and at 3 o'clock as well. So if that's anything to go by, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to tomorrow as we see what's to come. Australian Formula Open, that's up next. 10 laps, followed by 10 laps for the Australian Prototype Series. So move into a couple of state categories, into a couple of national categories, and then some from over the continent. Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia to round out today with their first 50-minute race. Brilliant action.
Great show to the complex there, the massive big Bend complex here. It's a don't often see it in full shot, but that's gives you a great perspective of what the motel down the other end and all the other facilities here in this big building. So it's a great shot.
Shows how big it is, doesn't it? You really don't get a perspective when you're down there in the pits, but yeah, it's a massive, massive facility down there. The pit complex, as you say, hotel, the big welcome centre, which has got Formula One cars down there, and
top class restaurant here.
Yes.
Yes, it's fantastic. Great facilities.
Certainly is. So, as we say, coming up next, Australian Formula Open race number 1. That won't be too far away. We'll be back after this short break.
So hi guys, see you on board.
We are here at the Bend Motorsport Park, situated just an hour away from the Adelaide CBD, in the beautiful Murray River, Lakes and Coorong region, right here in South Australia. Surrounding us is the stunning Murray River, and just a short drive away is the Montero Safari Park and the world-renowned Langhorne Creek wine region. Visit beautiful South Australia at southaustralia.com for more information on how you can make them most of your next trip to the Bend.
Good morning and welcome to the Bend Motorsport Park, Australia's newest world-class motorsport facility for the final round of the My Bike Motorcycle Insurance Australian Superbike Championship for season 22. What a fantastic venue to end off what has been a marvellous season of racing.
Welcome to the centre of the universe.
His teammate Drew Halliday hungry for his first victory start from the ups of Jack Miller, the MotoGP star, with his way. Ready for a start. Out one star Superbike. Will be crowned champion with a substantial lead. You can see him celebrating there in the background. Congratulations to Mike Jones. Good morning and
Welcome back to the Bend Motorsport Park. Very happy to be here for the South Australia Motorsport Series featuring Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. And this is race 1 of the 2023 Australian Formula Open Series, supported by Race Fuels Championship Fuel Supply, run by the team led by Mark Tierney, doing a fantastic job supplying world-class fuels to not only Australian competitors but all around the globe as well. So it's a big shout out to our friends at Race Fuels for getting behind the Australian Formula Open Series, and we've got 10 competitive laps coming your way for race 1 this afternoon, with pole position Trent Grubel in the number 74 Dallara, starting alongside Ryan Howe. My name is Callum Brannigan, and I'm joined alongside by Darren Smith, a voice synonymous with Wings and Slicks Racing in Australia. Darren, where would you rather be on a Saturday afternoon? This is fantastic, this event.
Absolutely nowhere else. The Bend Motorsport Park, the Murray-Coorong region, is such a beautiful part of the world. And when you're looking out on some open wheelers and that pilot there, Trent Grubel, on pole position driving the Tim Macro Racing Dallara, and he is being engineered by Brandon Scammell, a very, very well-renowned engineer here this weekend. They really had a feast of it at the last round, and Trent Grubel landing on pole position right at the death knock. He got on the pole position with a 143.84, right alongside Ryan Howe. Welcome to Wings and Slicks Open Wheeler Racing. Ryan Howe, a 143.99 in qualifying there. Miles Bromley, a 144.80. So our front row of the grid locked it out on the 143s. Then Miles Bromley. Then we dropped back to a 145 for Winston Van Laarhoven out of New South Wales on a 145.45 there as well. Ryan Astley was the next one in the 99 Motorsport entry there of position number 5. Trent Shervington, a guy that spent some time in Clubman's in the PRB series for quite some time. Amazing talent, great driver, certainly was very entertaining in his time in the Clubman's, and really cool to see. The number 14 out there qualifying at a 148.50. Then we go to Chris Slurizak out of position number 7, Andrew Roberts out of number 8, the South Australian native there in position number 8. Then we go to Brody in the number 6 there as well, Brody Yendall in the AGI Sport Miguel M14 F4, and Kristen Janev in the number 66 is the next one on the grid there as well. So we go to Matthew Roseluck in car number 4. He's in the TARDIS FT50, so a Formula Toyota out of position number 11. Paul de Biaz, the South Australian, on a 155 in car number 127, which is a TARDIS FT50 as well, the Formula Toyota. Hanning Huang as well in the number 16 for Tim Macro Racing. Chris Huang in the Miguel M14 as the cars make their way up to the grid. 53 will be the next one, Matthew Woodland, and we're rounding out our field again, the TCM Racing Services TARDIS FT50, so a really healthy grid of open wheelers. I don't really mind how we piece it all together, Callum. And I think Tim Macro and the people behind the scenes that have helped Tim get this across the line, because there was some hurdles. We're obviously mixing up some different types of cars to go out on track. But we wait with bated breath to see how we go here at round 3 for the Australian Formula Open Series as part of the South Australian Motorsport Series, the Bend Motorsport Park, as we celebrate the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia round number 2, the Australian Formula Open. 10 laps around this 4.95 circuit, and for GT type cars, fast big GT cars like our Lambos and these awesome open wheelers, the Bend Motorsport Park will turn it on, revs raised. Trent Grubel gets away nicely there as well. Not sure, we didn't have a lights on our screen to be able to see, but he certainly got the clutch contact nicely there off the line. Crowds it right tight up onto the inside of the corner there. He's got a challenger looking to the inside, but Trent turns in nicely there. The 27 in next, that's Ryan Howe. You get the feeling that Ryan's got some pace, and he does, draws right along the outside there. Beautiful move by the driver of number 27, Ryan Howe. Welcome to Wings and Slicks Racing, but Trent Grubel gets the power down, drives it beautifully out of that second corner. This is my favourite part of the Bend Motorsport Park. Turns number 4, 5 and 6, heavy braking. Under brakes now into the hairpin. A big turn left. Trent runs very wide there. Ryan Howell, he's like a shark smelling blood in the water there, trying to pounce on this car. The Polo Ralph Lauren entry, the number 74 of the New South Welshman, Ryan Howell, the Victorian. So a little bit like our Excel Interstate Challenge here. That's Victoria versus New South Wales. The number 74, the New South Wales racer, Trent Grubel, has got the lead here now. And in fact, they have got themselves a very, very handy lead. Miles Bromley in position number 3. So they've gapped themselves very well, our leading pair.
Fantastic start by Ryan Howell and Trent Grubel. Grubel did a fantastic job to hold his composure on the outside going through turn 2, making sure he gave more than enough space to Ryan Howell, who clearly had the inside line by virtue of that brilliant start and stuffing it up the inside as they went into turn 1. And he gave the two drivers gave each other plenty of room and ensured that they were cleanly racing one another. So on screen at the moment, we've got the number 99 of Ryan Astley currently in position 3. He's starting to stretch his legs over Bromley in position 4. Now that number 8 car on track on screen right now had a bit of an incident during qualifying where he ended up in the wall to driver's left-hand side at turn 16 and unfortunately ending his qualifying session early, but it was still good enough to put him on the second row for the start of this race. We've got Shervington in a number 14 car just behind as well. Looks like they're locking a bit of a break, certainly taking it very seriously around this 18 corner, 4.95 kilometre international circuit layout here at the Bend Motorsport Park. And here is a great example on screen now of what Formula Open offers. We've got the number 22 car ahead of the number 6. Now they might look fairly similar, but they are completely different technically. The number 22 car driven by Van Laarhoven is, of course, a thoroughbred Dallara F3 car, and the number 6 car of Norris is a Formula 4 car from a couple of seasons ago. You might remember from, that's the number 27.
And how?
That's a bit of a mix-up there. So that's one of the Tartus Formula Toyotas, and it is beached. There's not much clearance on these cars, extremely low to the ground. And you can see there's wheels spinning, the Hancocks are spinning, and he's unable to go anywhere, unfortunately. So this will have race control having a careful look at that. I dare say this might be in the first sector of the track, and it's looped it onto the driver's right-hand side.
That's actually a 127, isn't it? That's
127. And
the Paul DiBiase.
So apologies there to the number 27 of Ryan Howe, who's currently in P2, and a safety car has been called. So we expect to see the safety car scramble in just a few moments, throwing a bit of a wet blanket over what was a fantastic start, unfortunately, Darren. But what we do know is that this will close up the grid once again, and Trent Grubel will have his hands full defending from Ryan Howe. And we should put a shout out as well to the volunteer officials out here this weekend on screen. At the moment, doing it tough out there this morning. It was rather brisk, very cold conditions, about 9 degrees when we got up this morning and came to the Bend Motorsport Park. But without officials, we wouldn't have motorsport. They are a crucial element to the whole composure that comes together, or the entire event that comes together to make sure motorsport proceeds and make sure it proceeds safely as well. We literally couldn't do it without the volunteer officials, so it's a big thank you to those guys and girls out there.
It's one of those fantastic hand-in-glove type of relationships. We don't have race cars on tracks without officials in the bunkers. We don't have officials in the bunkers without race cars on the track, and certainly does go a long way. And as Callum says, we applaud all of our officials, whether it's being here at the Bend Motorsport Park, whether it be at Malala or any of the other circuits all the way around the world, not just here in Australia or in the Southeast Asia region. It really is important. Great to see fans up on the Pay and Park area there as well. Really cool to get out here. It is quite cool, and if you're coming from anywhere, and as Dan McCarthy said earlier, you can get here from Ballarat in about 5.5 hours, 6 hours, and you're not breaking any rules. So probably not going to see racing here today, but you can certainly be here for tomorrow. Or if you're coming from Port Augusta or Mildura, something like that. Big shout out to all of the fans watching the coverage right around the world. Live streaming has brought motorsport to people that couldn't get to racetracks for whatever reason it may be. For that particular weekend, Nick Kelly, who was to be racing in prototypes, had to disappear back home. I dare say Nick will be watching the streaming there as well. Let's have a look at how the first couple of laps have scored for the Australian Formula Open Series, of which will of course go to Queensland Raceway for its next round. Trent Grubel is leading the way over Ryan Howe. Then we have got Ryan Astley there as well. He's in the mix for 99 Motorsport. Then we've got Miles Bromley in the Dallara F308. That's the other thing, Callum, that we've got represented here is we've got a couple of different generations of cars. So the 08, the F308, which we've got Winston Van Leeuwenhoven driving, numerous others there as well, which is Ryan Howe also in the F308 and Miles Bromley in the F308. Got an update, so an F308-11, an update to a 2011 specification. But then we have like what Trent Grubel's driving. He's got the Dallara F312, which is the 2012 specification. So those are that generation of car. Then we have the TARDIS as well, and the Megales, which are F4s. The Megales being the cars that were raced in the Australian Formula 4 Championship, which have also got an upgrade available through AGI Sports, so a local Australian upgrade, a power upgrade as well. We're just looking at the 2 AGI Sport cars going through screen now. So there's plenty of opportunity to bring cars out that have been orphaned by the demise of other categories. So a really cool format. AF01, or the Australian Formula Open Category 1, is for cars constructed in accordance with the FIA Formula 3 regulations that applied in the manufacture between 2002 and 2012. AF02 takes in numerous different formulas. You can have the Toyota Racing Series, Formula BMW, Formula Renault, Formula Ford 2000, which is a North American, USA specific category. And then you can have the 03s, which is other open wheelers and derivatives within that, and then there's which is an invitational class, and then the AF04, the dedicated Formula 4 class, consisting of the previous generations, as I just touched on, Megale and TARDISes. So you do see a performance difference, you do see a lap time difference. We're seeing the first 3 cars on track operating in the 147s, and then as we start to move down, we start to go into the 54s and 155s, which, let me tell you, around the vast layout here at 4.95 kilometres and 18 turns, you think about it, that's a lot of corners in 4.95 kilometres, and high speed corners as well. The constant G-forces on particularly this part of the track, which I mentioned in that opening stanza of this race, is my favourite part of the Bend Motorsport Park. Just flat out of turn 3, hold it flat, go right around turn 4, maybe a little lift. Probably, the guys out in front aren't lifting. They're young and brave and have got the world at their feet sort of thing. So through 5, and then that really fast shoot down to them. I would say one of the heaviest braking corners in Australian motorsport. It would probably rival coming into the chase at Mount Panorama. It would rival coming into turn 3 at Phillip Island. Fast approach downhill. So you're really trying to pull it up. And I really like that. I like those kinds of tracks or sections of track that not only challenge the driver, but the car and the engineer of that car. The engineer, though, you see them when they're watching the cars come through there, very much eyes wide open in the pit boxes, keeping an eye on what goes on there. They come out of 6 into 7, and it's this constant radius, 7, 8, 9, into a tricky right, then left, then right, not quite a hairpin, 90-degree corner up to 13. And the section between 13 and 17 can only be described as a hairpin kind of complex. It's a right angle left, a right angle left, or turns back on, and then an opening sort of 120-degree corner up to turn 17. And the most important thing in the run between 16 and 17 is try and keep your pace up. This bit of track we're on here, looking at Trent Grubel coming out of there, watching the safety car taking the line, and they look to be setting themselves up for a restart. Lights are out on the safety car. They probably want to turn those hazard lights off as well. So Trent Grubel, this bit of track here, you need to be carrying as much speed as you can, because you have got an uphill, vast, expansive straight in front of you, and it just seems to go and go and go and go. Coming up to the final complex of corners now, which is where I was just referring to. Got myself a little bit lost in the lap. Trent Grubel goes and has let the grenade off and draws up the straight. Half a second lead, he gets to the line there. Really good restart by Trent Grubel. Ryan House certainly wasn't left wondering, but he will be now as Astley looks to the inside, challenges up the inside. Looks like the 99 He's going to go wide around there. That's exactly what Ryan Howe did on the opening stanza to Trent Grubel, but Astley just jumps back in behind in the G-Technique car.
Never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Ryan Astley is charging for that position, number 27 of Howe in his gun sights. Is he going to stick it down the inside going into the hairpin turn 6? He's having a look around the outside, so Howe doing a fabulous job in that number 27 Dallara, with Bromley still looming in the shadows there in position 4. But that restart by Grubel, he read those conditions absolutely perfectly. He has studied the supplementary regulations and fully understands that safety car restart procedure and maximised the gap going down that long main straight where Darren alluded to before. That car would have been a bit of a sitting duck towards the end of that long main straight here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Fantastic complex, this fantastic facility. Got so many options for all sorts of motoring enthusiasts, but this motorsport track, or this Grade 2 FIA facility, currently running on the international circuit layout, 4.95 kilometres in length. Absolutely beautiful for these open wheeler wings and slicks cars and Formula Open, also Australian Formula Open, very well suited to this circuit. I should point out the fact that Trent Grubel with a 1 minute 47.5, that's second fastest lap of this race. It's actually Ryan Howe who's got the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 47.3, currently sitting in position 2. That pace is on par with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia from qualifying earlier this morning. So very similar pace between the two categories. Of course, the main event, Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. The build up, the countdown, we're building up towards that main event this weekend, getting underway very shortly, but along side by side here.
Shervington coming under fire now. He's in the Miguel, the only one of the F3 Miguels out there, an M11. And the 22 gets on by there. That's Winston van Leeuwenhoven. I wonder what was going on there. He disappeared off our timing screens. Obviously, some sort of technical glitch. He was not disappearing off the track there. In fact, he set up Trent Shervington again all the way down that long straight, Callum, to make that move.
And a reminder to viewers at home as well and around the track as well, visit thebend.com.au to find out all the latest information, news and experiences and events occurring at this wonderful motorsport complex. Go to your favourite browser on your preferred computer OS system and look it up and find out more information very shortly. This battle is raging on as well. So that's Slezlaki in the number 93 car. He's all over the back of Roberts in the car number 2. Now, this is the battle for position 7th outright. But Slezlaki is the leader of FO2, which is one of the, obviously this is a multi-class series, and they're definitely pressing on. Now Van Leeuwenhoven is starting to drop down the timing screen as well.
I think that's just a glitch.
So that's just a bit of a glitch, timing glitch, unfortunately. Catching out the commentator once again.
Bell Properties Group also sponsoring the pole position award and the round here this weekend, of course, with Race Fuels. They certainly the championship fuel supplier of choice and are doing a wonderful job nurturing this category. Of course, Race Fuels were heavily involved with Formula 3 during its heyday as well. So great to see that Race Fuels continue their push and their support of Australian motorsport, and all they ask in return is that people buy their fuels when they go to the racetracks and get them from their depots and stuff. So a company that really is a generous benefactor to Australian motorsport. But what is interesting here, Callum, is the lap record starting to be, or the fastest lap in this race, starting to become just jumping around all over the place. Grubel in the first 1 and 2 sectors, and then Howe in the final sector, fastest there. So really starting to move it on. Just watching Trent Shervington there in the Miguel TWS Transport M11, just dropping down a couple of spots there with Van Leeuwenhoven. And they're all still in the Formula Open 1 category. So in Formula Open 1 is Grubel, Howe, Astley, Bromley, Van Leeuwenhoven, Shervington and Roberts in the 2 car. Andrew Roberts for Arctic. And good to see Arctic still involved with Formula 3s. Out there on the track there as well, been around a long time. Ian Richards, synonymous with open wheeler racing around this country. And good to see him still represented out there. FO2, or the Formula Open 2 category, has now got Sluziak leading the way and has jumped up a couple of spots on this particular lap. So Chris doing a great job for jetforms.com.au and the
be just under 1.5 seconds between positions 1 and 2, but they're getting faster and faster. And Grubel and Howe are actually trading blows in setting fastest sector times. So Grubel's fastest to sector 1, Howe fastest to sector 2, and then they're almost dead even in sector 3 once again. Now Grubel resets the fastest lap of the race this time around with a 1 minute 44.8, slowly growing that gap out to position 2, but they are certainly pressing on. The conditions of the track and ambient temperature, the weather conditions certainly coming to the drivers as this race unfolds with 3 laps remaining in this session. Obviously it was 10 laps originally scheduled, but obviously we're trying to make up make up some time in the schedule following a few delays this morning, unfortunately. But it's a big thank you to the corporate partners of Australian Formula Open, All Property Group and All Properties Group, I should say, and Race Fuels as well. Now here's the number 99. What's going on here with Ryan Astley? Currently sitting in position 3. That car's looking very smart, very resplendent underneath the partly cloudy skies here at Tailem Bend. He's got Bromley just behind him. Now this gap is closing ever so slightly. The number 8 blue and black machine, and trying to nail those apexes and braking markers, just maximising as much pace from his Dallara as possible. And here's the number 93 of Suzlaki as well. Now, has he gotten around the car of Roberts? So have they traded positions for position 7 as they're coming up to the 3rd sector of this track. They'll still leading the way. Now have a go at the flames being spat out the back of that car as well. So that's Shervington in that McGale, the sole McGale Formula 3 chassis. Was a brief feature in not only Australian but European Formula 3 racing in mid-2010 to 2020 period.
Just wanted to touch on something. One of the important partners here this weekend, not just with Formula 3, but of course with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series, is Hankook as the control tyre for the Super Trofeo Evo 2s, as well as all of the Australian Formula Opens. So pretty important partner to have, and it is a cost advantage to have everyone on the same tyres, to bring the tyre supply here. So pretty cool to see that, the fact that these cars, and I'm talking mostly now with Howe, Astley, Bromley, Van Leeuwen and Shervington running the older 08-11 cars and the older McGale, is that they're all on exactly the same equipment. So it's about proving yourself as a race car driver. At the moment, Trent Grubel is proving himself to be, the main person, the main one to chase in this series this year. He's had a really good year. The car looks $1 million. He's driving with Tim Macro's team. He's got Brandon Scammell engineering for him. So, the world, if ever in motorsport, you've got the world as your oyster. You'd like to think that Trent Grubel might not have the oyster, but he's certainly in the big wide ocean where the oysters live.
Suzlaki is still leading the way in FO2. Meanwhile, Norris is leading FO4 in that McGale Formula 4 chassis. That's the number 6 car, currently sitting in position 9 overall. But this battle rages on. This is for the final step on the podium between Astley and Bromley. Doing a fantastic job keeping it nice and clean, and Astley has all of the work to do. So in this position, he's got to try and just focus on his own job, not get too disturbed or interrupted. Oh, have we got, this is a battle for the lead here. So is that Howe in the number 27 car?
That's a leader change right there.
Up into the lead. He relegates Trent Grubel back into position 2. That is a change for the lead. Now we've just missed the tail end of that. There's some lap traffic in the background, but that is Ryan Howe, who has capitalised on his pace, who set 2 purple sectors in that last lap, and the pace continues to improve as this race unfolds. This is indeed the last lap of the race as well, Darren, so we're going to sit back with bated breath and watch this one unfold.
Yeah, certainly. I'm not sure what happened with Trent Grubel there. It was almost like his qualifying run. He left it right until the death knell in qualifying to come good on it, and it was almost like he, I don't know, backed off and let him through, or it was a bit of a maverick Top Gun manoeuvre, hit the brakes and fly right by and then come up behind him and hit him with a tail gun. But the 74 now, he's definitely in fight back mode. But the number 27 of Ryan Howe, and he's gone off in the dirt now. So feeling the pressure of being in the lead. There's car 2 parked up there of Andrew Roberts. He's parked up on the side of the road, but this is where it's at. We're closing in on a checkered flag. Ryan Howe's made a mistake. He sprayed that Iridian lens of the Polo Ralph Lauren driver behind him, Trent Grubel with dirt. And Grubel's all over him now. He's like a cheap suit. You can feel the static electricity coming off him. It's heating up and they flow the cars nicely around the final part of this race. And there's the checkered flag, and our race winner will be the driver of car number 27. Ryan Howe grabbed the glory on the last lap, and Trent Grubel will go a P2 result there in the number 74. So great wings and slicks racing, and that's what happens. There is something just falls apart a little bit towards the end of that run. And that's where we see Trent Grubel lost a spot on the last lap there. But tremendous open wheeler racing, Callum Brannigan.
Fantastic efforts there from everyone, and it's a big congratulations to Ryan Howe for being in the right position at the right time. He applied the pressure on the back of Grubel, and he was able to sail through into the lead of the race and held on well to take the checkered flag of the race. So the Victorian Ryan Howe beats the New South Welshman Trent Grubel to race 1 here this weekend for Australian Formula Open Series. Race 1, we've got 2 more races coming your way this weekend. I believe there are a pair of races coming up tomorrow, which we sincerely look forward to. Of course, at 10:30, that's Adelaide time, to tune into the second 10-lap race of the weekend for Australian Formula Open, followed by race 3 at 25 minutes past 2. Scheduled, of course. Anything can happen with schedules, and they often do.
That's right.
So,
And that race is actually over 15 laps. So in the tradition of Formula 3, the last race, the trophy race for the weekend. And there is our results. Ryan Howe takes the win in the number 27 and keeps the pride of 27 in Australian motorsport high on the agenda. Trent Grubel, Ryan Astley, we round that out there to Bromley, Van Liven, Shervington, Slizrak, back to Rosler Huang there as well. Chris Huang, and then we go to Matthew Woodland, Andrew Roberts, and Paul Diassi, who did not finish that race. Either did Andrew Roberts, parked up on the side of the road there. So that is official. We've got plenty of racing still to come here trackside at the Bend. You're at the celebration, the event of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, round number 2. And that is the Australian Formula Open race for race number 1 for the weekend. And we've got prototypes on track next. We'll be back in just a few moments. Welcome back trackside here at the Bend Motorsport Park. The celebration, the event that is the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series round number 2. And we have got the GC Marine Australian Prototype Series cars on track now on their outlap, making their way around to the grid. And there's the GC Marine man himself, Jason Macris. And he will start off the second row of the grid, which only happened in the closing second of qualifying, that Scotty Borman in the all-new Wolf came out, the all-new Wolf F1 Extreme, and we are now being told that this race will be over 8 laps, not 10 laps. So the Extreme of Scotty Borman, 5.2 litre, the first V8 Wolf that we've had racing in Australia. There is our grid. John Paul Drake, the South Australian, will start on pole position in the Jam Motorsport Wolf Mistral F1. Scott Borman right alongside. I just touched on that. The F1 Extreme from Borman Turf and Jam Motorsport. Jason Macris from the Marine Garage Gold Coast Marine Wolf Tornado. Watch car number 44. Jason is due for a win. Certainly, swing of luck back his way would be awesome to see here this weekend. And the guy right alongside him, equally deserving. Phil Hughes in the Hughes Supercar Services Birra Baracca outfit. That's Italian for beer, if you're wondering. Birra Baracca. So you'll hear me mention that. That's a cash for comment kind of deal, that one. And Phil Hughes there in row number 2. Behind him, Aaron Steer returning to the wheel this weekend in a big way, racing his Porsche in the tin tops and racing the Wolf in this one. He is starting in car number 69, out of position number 5. Andrew McKee, South Australian as well, on 151.64 in qualifying, will be starting in car number 13. We look forward to seeing how Andrew can impress there. Phil Casella in the number 27 there as well. Phil's in the Wolf 2018, normally aspirated 2 litre. Terry Knowles, and we'll round out our field. Miles Lacey was to join the field in the Zagami Motorsport Praga R1, but won't be taking any part in this race, is the news I have had. He had a really tough run in qualifying, went off, then came down pit lane, was found to be speeding in pit lane, and I dare say that the concerns with that car continue. At this race, or this category, raced here in October last year. This first race for the weekend was won by John Paul Drake over Ricky Capo in the Praga R1, which won't be taking any part. Then it was Chi-Win Liu in the Wolf, Mark Lauke, Ryan Godfrey, Peter Clare, Terry Piavitas, Stephen Champion, and our guy that is sitting on the second row of the grid, Phil Hughes, finished 12th. He has made his way up the grid. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how that very brightly livered black, green and yellow car gets off the line, being a 5.2 litre V8. More of a Can-Am kind of sound to it, but certainly these are very, very high performance carbon fibre tough prototypes, and Hughes does not get away at all. Absolutely messes up the start. He is still standing there, does a whole reset program. The prototype so lowly slung to the ground, appear up over the ridge on the straight there. Phil Hughes gets away eventually. That's a sad, sad start for Phil, and we'll watch his progression as he tries to fight back over the next 8 laps in this race. There's Jason Macris out in front. It's Scotty Borman right round the outside, the reigning champion, defending champion. He's the Joker, and he drives away so very, very nicely out in front. Number 66, which is John Paul Drake.
Fantastic start there by Borman, so obviously with a lot more power and a few electronic aids under his belt. He was able to lead the drag race into turn 1, but he's now coming under fire from Marcus as well. So Drake able to steer back into the lead. The Joker in the pack. He is in the lead of the race by 1.1 seconds as they come into this beautiful set of corners. It's a seemingly never-ending right-hander. There's Borman in the number 7 car, carefully tipping it through into the left-hander. And then into turn 12, the right-hander, of course. Now he's dropped back into position 3, and he'll have to work hard to try and keep ahead of Phil Casella in that black number 7 car on screen at the moment. Sorry, the number 27 entry. I stand to be corrected. And he had a bit of a mishap during qualifying, but he was able to get that car back around.
Callum, I'm licking my lips and rubbing my hands together now, because right now we're setting ourselves up for a John Paul Drake, Jason Macris showdown. The last time this happened was at Queensland Raceway last year, and it got very willing. These two guys were great mates. I think it was challenged at Queensland Raceway between these two. Jason Macris was left beached on the ripple strip on the last corner coming onto the straight. So as they sit right now at that particular race, the order was the other way around. It was John Paul Drake challenging Borman now. Have a look at that, 5.2 litres. Nothing short of what Jeremy Clarkson would say, more power.
Look at that, he's having a go at John Paul Drake as well, threatening him for his lead going into turn one there. So that straight line handling of the number 7 Wolf is absolutely spectacular. Relegates the number 44. The Macris back into position 3. So we'll rub our hands with Lee. Darren is licking his lips at the tantalising prospect of this race as it unfolds. We should remind everyone at home and around the track that Darren Smith is, of course, a walking, talking dictionary, Wikipedia page when it comes to Australian prototype.
Have a look at
racing.
this, the 44, a big lunge there, but this is where the nimble aspect of these turbocharged V6s will start to play in on it. Macris he'll have one focus, and that is to get this race finished, drag some points into the banker, and try and deal with Scotty Borman at the moment, because Macris is vastly experienced. He's been driving these cars for a long time, been at it, and doing a tremendous job with it as well, as has John Paul Drake. Unfortunately, Mark Lauke hasn't joined us here this weekend. One of my favourite competitors in this in category, a gentleman that came along to racing and adapted himself very, very quickly. Won a couple of championships in that magnificent Lauke West that he had, that he won those championships with. He fronted up with, I think, one of the first of the Wolves, and did a terrific job as well, and really blazed the way for these guys to start coming on with each and every one of these Wolves that goes through Aaron Steer's shed. And Aaron Steer, we should give you a bit of an update on that as well. Car number 69 is currently in position number 5, but Scott Borman is demanding our attention, isn't he? That thumping V8, you can't help but watch it. John Paul Drake doing a tremendous job as well. He works very hard on just about every part of his life, not only his fitness, his presence of mind, his health of mind. He keeps himself very, very busy, and he also likes to have a bit of a laugh along the way as well. This is number 27 there as well, Casella. And what was interesting was there is Phil Hughes battling away in the background. He's got Aaron Steer in his sights. So the Radical SR8 with its whale exhaust system on it, screaming around. In fact, that's one of the nicest sounding cars in Australian motorsport as well, that Radical SR8. Not running a whole lot of Radical SR8 spec stuff anymore, but certainly the exhaust system makes it sound brilliant. Here's the 27, Casella, and in behind Castella is Aaron Steer. And that is a ripping looking Wolf there as well that Aaron has brought to the track here this weekend. It's slowing. The 27 gets gazumped by both Steer and Hughes. And in fact, not gazumped. There's something gone wrong with the 27. Geez, it looks menacing in just all the matte black, doesn't it?
Big fan of that livery, and we should point out as well, viewers will have noticed the 15-second penalty to the car number 13, currently sitting in 8th position. That is Andrew McKee. Apparently, pre-race penalty applied for exceeding the allocated allotment of tyres for the weekend, and that's the number 27 car of Casella, Phil Casella from South Australia, parked up on the right-hand side. So that's an unfortunate mechanical gremlin, bringing the opening race of the weekend to a premature end, unfortunately. But here's Phil Hughes all over the back of Aaron Steer. This is now the battle for position 4. Two completely different cars, different engines, different layouts, completely different manufacturers, different drivers. They couldn't get any more different, Darren. But yet the racing is spectacular between these two cars as they make their speeds differently around the Bend Motorsport Park complex.
What is really cool about that actually is the individuals behind the wheel, the guy with the helmet on, and they're both fairly similar backgrounds, both of an automotive mechanical background, engineering of race cars. So they'll both be thinking of how do I get this thing to the end of the race with as much tyres as possible? How do I engineer this so that I don't do any damage and have to fix it between rounds? And I also want to get a result out of it. So at the moment, those two have got a whole lot going on their plate. These guys at the moment, John Paul Drake will be in his head going, I want to win, I'm going to win, I'm a winner, I'm going to win. Scotty Borman behind him's going, oh, how cool's my new race car? And Jason Macris is just going, come on, Lady Luck, join me in this race. Please bring come along for a ride in car number 44.
What was John Paul Drake thinking before?
I'm going to win. I'm going to win. I want to win. I want to win.
So that was Andrew McKee, number 13 car on screen briefly before, just with a mishap. He dare say might have spun on the track there. Able to get the car back out and running, thankfully. Meanwhile, this battle rages on. So Borman in that number 7 car, the menacing sounding V8 powered Wolf, starting to come to terms, and he's recognising where Macris behind him in that brightly coloured number 44 entry where he makes all his speed up. So obviously the big advantage for Borman is down that massive main straight. That's where he has to try and pull out as much gap as possible. Now we've got a replay now of this. Now that looked like it might have been a little bit of contact there between the car of Phil Hughes and the number 13 of Andrew McKee. You can see just a little bit of bodywork flying off the car, and that looked like turn 2 down in the first sector. These cars sound fantastic, don't they, Darren, as they come screaming towards turn 1. Now, Borman's not out of this. He is maintaining a gap well enough that he can actually start reeling in John Paul Drake like a big fish on the end of on a fishing line. Starts reeling him in with that massive horsepower advantage. Here comes Darren's favourite part of the circuit, the fast sweeping left-hander at turn 5. Flat out in these cars, no doubt. Plenty of downforce. They are very light, wings and slicks, keeping these cars nice and glued to the circuit. But this is the part where John Paul Drake really needs to maximise and nail his apexes, his braking markers, use the advantage. Oh, there's damage on the front of Phil Hughes, so that's heartbreaking stuff there.
That's the clip with the number 13 of McKee, who had been into pit lane and had spun in front of these two that were battling it out for 4th and 5th on the road. And that's a real shame to see the Bira Baraka, Cafe Cavalli, Hughes Supercar Services, Radical SR8 disappear into pit lane. As I said, Aaron Steer and Phil Hughes will have the same thing on their mind. First of all, bring the car home in one piece so I don't have to fix it. And unfortunately for Phil Hughes, he's torn a whole guard off the front of that car with, I guess, an incident that was none. He was nothing involved with. The number 13 of McKee had spun. Those two arrived. They're battling it out for 4th place on the road. Steer zigged and Phil Hughes zagged, and the zag didn't quite come off the way he wanted it to. But this is a scintillating battle for the first 3, the podium actually. These two are, these 3 separated by just on 2 seconds. And at the moment, Jason Macris, I feel as though Jason Macris is just seeing how this race plays out. He's ticking the boxes lap time wise. He's keeping it real there as well. John Paul Drake is the fastest car on track with a 1:48.50. A 1:48.55 is Scotty Borman's fastest, 1:48.7 for Jason Macris. This is car number 44 on screen now, the Gold Coast Marine outfit. And Jason returning to the game and really enjoying getting back on with it. And this particular racetrack really suited to a prototype, as we saw with the Asian LMP races here a couple of years ago on the extended GT circuit, over 7 kilometre racetrack.
Look at this. This gap is continuing to shrink. We are on lap 6 of 8 in this race as John Paul Drake continuing to do a brilliant job. We saw him in action in the Australian Prototype Series at Mount Panorama in the tail end of season 2022. He had a stellar weekend, taking out a couple of races, and there is a retired Phil Hughes stranded on the left-hand side there on the GT circuit pulling there. You can see in the background. Oh no, that's Phil Casella, I think. Number 27 car, apologies
Phil
there
got to the lane.
So he is just looking a little philosophical, standing there observing the motorsport, this fantastic race unfold. Obviously, only 9 cars starting this race, but we've got a brilliant battle for the podium. Who do you call? Who do you reckon, Darren? Who's going to take this one out?
I don't know, but I reckon Phil Casella that's the worst place to be, because you want to be out there racing, and when there's a really good racing and you're standing on the side of the road, the issue with that is that you're watching a great race unfold. Like, I just want to be part of it. As Jason Macris is playing part of it at the moment, he is doing a nice job in P3, and I just get the feeling that Jason Macris is leaving something in the shed for this one. He's not even really trying to fight back to Scott Borman when he went through. The Jason Macris of old would have been right there and stayed right up behind him. I don't think that the performance is that different between these 3 cars, all being Wolves, but they're all a different iteration, a very similar platform. But at the moment, John Paul Drake has got the Australian Prototype Series game on a string.
And it's a brilliant livery. We've pointed it out several times before. If you ever do get a chance to jump on to the Wolf website, you can actually see just how customisable these cars are out of Italy. You might have seen footage online of these cars testing around the Monza circuit or various circuits around Europe, but it's great to see quite a healthy grid of them in Australia as well in various technical configurations. The one on screen at the moment being steered by John Paul Drake. Obviously, they're varying with the halo on those cars. Obviously, it's sort of more of a single-seater focused entry, but the car behind it, you can see, has actually got more of a sports car open top of it as well. So depending on what the driver preference is, if they like to feel enclosed, like they're driving an open wheeler with bodywork on it, obviously they're all pretty much open wheelers with bodywork on them, Darren, but you can see the car in third position of Macris is a much more of a sports car configured looking
Interesting you touch on that, because the early iterations of these cars, the Wests were some of them were Formula 4 chassis basically, with some side pods on them and then put a floor on them, and that's when they became very fast, using the air going underneath the car to give it all of that impetus for grip. Just casting my eyes to the points tally after the round one at Phillip Island for the prototypes, as Scotty Borman looks to the inside. He's got Iterations on the lead in this race. In fact, that's quite a deceiving head-on shot there, isn't it? That it looked like he was drawing right alongside there of John Paul Drake. And whilst I'm saying JPD, he is on 150 points. Peter Clare, who hasn't fronted for this round, left Phillip Island after a terrific run in his Radical on 107. Terry Piavides also hasn't made his way here on 106. Terry Knowles on 102. Mark Lauke for Lauke Flour Mills on 90 points. Greg Kenny in the Black Kite. Valente Rosso entry on 85. Phil Hughes on 80. Scotty Borman on 75, and Ricky Capo on 54. Real shame that we haven't got the Praga actually out on track now, because it is absolutely, again, a feast for your eyes. There are so many things here this weekend. I mean, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the Huracan Evo 2, are just a magnificent car. I was talking to Kevin down there, who's working on some of the cars, and I said to him, there's so many angles on these cars, and they're all, they're all wind tunnel tested. They're all there for a reason, as are the Wolves, as are the Radicals, and our Delaras and our Miguels, and Tardis is running in the Formula Open Australia as well. So the effectiveness of these sorts of race cars, is that's what they are. They're not a touring car that's been modified to go racing. They're ground up race cars, and they really do look magnificent. And when they're given a super hot livery like these three front running cars in this race, John Paul Drake, the 66, doing a nice job, comes across the line now, and that is the checkered flag. He takes race number one for John Paul Drake.
Geez, that was incredibly close between John Paul Drake and Scott Borman. Just 0.3 of a second across the line there, with the power advantage of Borman bringing him right up into contention, almost stealing the lead, the win away there at the last second, with Macris home in third position, just 1.2 seconds adrift. Darren?
Thank you very much, Callum Brannigan. You have got to go and do your duties elsewhere as we call these cars all the way to the line now for the Gold Coast Marine Australian Prototype Series. And there is Aaron Steer. He comes to the line there as well, the proprietor of Jam Motorsport and the Jam Shop, all on site. Your your Motorsport Regalia and Motorsport Supplies shop on site here at the Bend Motorsport Park. As we see the cars continue to come to the line, that's Terry Knowles, Andrew McKee. Phil Hughes is in the lane there. He's just journeying back to the garages. He will be none too happy that he's scratched up his black and tricolour Radical. The Cafe Cavalli Birra Baraka sponsored SR8 just heads back into the pit lane. The Lamborghini course cars making their way out trackside, as we have got car number 66 across the line by 0.33 of a second. John Paul Drake takes the win in race one for the Australian Prototype Series to Scott Borman on debut with the 5.2 litre here in South Australia. Of course, ran at Phillip Island Jason Macris in the number 44. Aaron Steer returning to position number 5 in the Australian Prototype Series, was a serious outright contender back in the day in his West. Terry Knowles in number 5 in the number 68. Andrew McKee. Phil Hughes, non-finisher, but ultimately 7th. Phil Casella was watching forlornly from the side. Miles Lacey did not take the start of the race. We will try and get to the bottom of why the Praga R1 didn't take part, but it is a magnificent looking race car. We are in the countdown now to see these magnificent Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2s running in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia series. Here comes a serious bit of SUV, the Lamborghini Urus. I'm going to take a quick break before we come back with the countdown into Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, round number 2. Back in a few moments.
Where's your bed? Oh, you going home? You're coming back? Oh. Oh, okay, is it? Yeah. Yeah, she's cute, isn't she? Yeah. Oh, you were? Yeah, I was supposed to work yesterday. But it got up to
상진이 형이 파이팅 해달래. 파이팅 한답니다. 누가? 조항진.
파이팅! 고! 파이팅!
자, 정권 선수 앞에는 암클래스 차량 세 대가 앞에 있어요. 78번 차량 그리고 28번 차량 그리고 앞쪽에 형광색
That was the road. Well, there was, some arsehole come out. Diesel all over the track. Probably would have shot them. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, one of my daughters reckons she won't have it. Steve was telling me. Well, the school I work at is shit. I mean, she's a much better school. I don't have a lot of school. Sit around a lot. I do, I sit around. Apparently there's all sorts of things.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Bend Motorsport Park, this fabulous facility. We're here for round 2 of Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. Very happy to have them down under for the very first time. My name is Callum Brannigan, and as you can see behind me, we've got 20 beautiful examples of Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2s ready to get their first 50-minute race underway for this weekend. So without further ado, it's time to introduce our commentators for this afternoon's race. We've got Darren Smith, he's joined alongside by Sean Hencherwood.
Going to the package. We're here at the Bend Motorsport Park, situated just an hour away from the Adelaide CBD, in the beautiful Murray River, Lakes and Coorong region, right here in beautiful South Australia. Surrounding us is the stunning Murray River, and just a short drive away is the Monarto Safari Park and the world-renowned Langhorne Creek wine region. Visit southaustralia.com for more information on how you can make them most of your next trip to the Bend. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the round 2 of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. A fantastic outlook right around this part of the world. South Australia is well worth the visit. And for me, looking down on 20 raging bulls about to unleash on the 4.95 kilometre, 18 turns here at the Bend Motorsport Park is just a menu I cannot wait to bite into. Right beside me, who is travelling with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series, is Sean Hencherwood. Sean, welcome to the Bend. Welcome home, I guess, after Sepang round 1.
Thanks, Darren, and welcome to be home after Sepang round 1, where gumboots were the flavour of the day. We certainly had plenty of rain going into that first round, but we're here at the Bend in South Australia, one of the best circuits in this country, and these guys are very much enjoying their experience.
Cars, of course, at Sepang. The first race winner was the Harmony Racing team of Shenghu and Chenghua. Second was Changwoo Li and Lee Kwan, as well as the D1 racing team of Oscar Lee and Dan Wells. As we get to go and have a chat now with the guy that said, I want to have a racetrack at Tailem Bend. Down to you, Callum.
Down here on the grid, the excitement is building towards a 50-minute race starting soon, but I'm joined alongside by Sam Shaheen and David, who's obviously the head honcho. This is his baby here down under for the first time in Australia. So firstly with you, Sam, how good is this to have Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia down under?
Well, for us, I mean, this is the centre of the universe always, and to have Lamborghini Super Trofeo here is an absolute a dream. And love dealing with professional organisations and professional series, and they come none better than David and his business. So I'm super excited for the teams and the sport, and very excited to have David here for the event.
And over to you, David. Obviously, this was the obvious choice coming down here, this world-class facility. Are you impressed by your first impressions?
Yeah, it's really amazing here. Really, thanks to Sam, to all the teams, they did a great job hosting us, and it's really impressive facility. Thanks a lot.
Gonna hurry up now.
Thanks very much, Callum, and he has
Hi
been given
guys, you're on board
the
with Dean
hurry up
Canto.
here as we go with Dean Canto in the Aces Zagami Huracan Evo 2 for a quick lap of the Bend Motorsport Park. No, we don't. We have a
Hard
good
on
look
the
at the
brakes
grid.
at
There it is, Dean
154.
Canto.
Back down to second gear, tight turn 1, accelerate out hard into turn 2, third gear, accelerate hard again to turn 3, hard on the brakes, get the car in nice and tight back to second, keep it tight on the exit, little bit of wheel spin on the exit here. Now we come up to the very gutsy corner, turn 5, fifth gear, almost full throttle, careful on the exit, and then we come down to the very, very challenging off camber, turn 6 hairpin, back to second gear, manage the car on the way in, use all the road on the exit, accelerating hard, all the way out to the outside here into the fast triple right section, lovely bit of circuit here, just the world's longest corner, that left front tyre copping all the load, and then coming out, get the car back over for turn 11, nice fast corner, flat back on the brakes, one gear into turn 12, use all the road on the exit, and then some, shifting our way up to fifth gear, coming up to turn 13, nice cambered in uphill corner, get the car in low and tight again, use that camber for the banking, blind exit, accelerating up to fourth, hard braking for turn 14, tricky corner this one, back to third, accelerating out, and again another tricky corner into 15, you got to be careful on the exit here, over the crest, the blind exit again, shifting our way up to fifth gear, second last corner, over 90 degrees, very, very late apex here, back to second gear, slow corner, accelerating out, using all the road, coming up to the last corner, very open corner, fast corner, third gear, got a bit of extension in the concrete here, using all of that, and relax back on the main straight.
And the close of qualifying this morning, 2 15-minute sessions, 10-minute break in between. Very, very spirited at the front of the field. And as you can see, the Venezuelan Jonathan Chicotto took pole position for both race 1 and race 2. He's very, very impressive. Jackson Walls likewise taking position number 2. Marco Giltrap driving, of course, with reigning Pro Series champion Chris Vanderdrift will start from position 3. Then Oscar Lee alongside Dan Wells. They shared a victory at Malaysia for the opening round. Back on row 3, Dean Canto, we just rode on board with him, will start this race. In fact, I think Sam Brabham's starting this race, but we'll get onto that one, Daz. Alongside Andy Watt in the number 19, Absolute Racing entry. Xingweizhu, in the number 16 entry, will start from position number 7. Wei Liang Ni alongside Miko Nassi will jump in a little later. Smart C alongside David Lau in the number 28 entry will start from position 9. Bobby Buncheron in position 10, the Thai driver who did so well during the opening round. Changwoo Lee will start the number 11 entry. Henry Kay alongside his brother Eric will start the number 12 entry. We go a little bit further back down the order. Adrian Dietz, the Australian driver with a lot of GT experience with Lamborghini, will start from position number 13. Jilong Kang will be in position number 14. And Johnson Huang will start from 15 from the number 71 entry. And that, of course, is Superchai, who did such a great job last time round. Mark Darwin, the experienced driver from Malaysia, will start from position 17, a lot further back than I would have expected him to be. And Harry O, driving with his brother Haziq, will start from position 18. We go back to the final round of final grid position. We have car number 83, and that of course is Dr. Ma alongside Kumar, who's actually come back from running in the European Championship just a couple of weeks ago at Paul Ricard. So he's got a little bit of experience under his belt racing for the Iron Lynx operation. Behind the pace car, ready for a start. Right of screen is the young Australian Jackson Walls, driving of course with his father Tony. Very experienced campaigner, but keep an eye on a very impressive yellow, red and black entry from Jonathan Chicotto. He is very, very impressive and very, very fast. And he's got a great jump coming across the line to start this race. 50-minute duration, compulsory pit stop between minute 25 and minute 35. And look at how racy Giltrap is a little bit further back. And that is Oscar Lee, I think, has started the number 21 entry. He's just been taken for position, and those two cars were battling at the front of the field during the opening round in Malaysia. And Darren, really good start, nice and clean, just the way we like to see it.
Oscar Lee jumped that beautifully, got a good run there, then was just overtaken into turn one, read the play nicely, but it was the New Zealand car of Marco Giltrap that got through. Not surprising that the driver of number 84 is doing a fair bit of one-make GT type sports car racing around the moment, doing a lot here domestically, here in Australia and in New Zealand. So he's read the play, knows the landscape here too at the Bend Motorsport Park. There's about 80% of this field that haven't even visited the facility before, let alone done laps here. So there is a distinct advantage. Jackson Walls, I would say, with Adrian Dietz. Dean Canto, of course, is head and shoulders above everyone. He probably has 100% of the laps here. He just about lives here doing driver training and proving and performance things here as well. So we look for great things from him out in this race as well. As we have a look back down through the field now, this is Anwar Lomabantai as well, and they're mixing it up. This is just outside the top five. Sam Bradley is just up the road from them. He is in position at number 5. I was led to believe that it was Dean Canto. The timers have told me it was Dean Canto, but the timing now says it is Sam Bradley. So interestingly enough, Sean touched on Jonathan Chicotto as well. What a stamp of authority on the run up to turn 1 who gave the start of this race.
We're going to look at these young professional race drivers, as he is. Of course, the young son of dual motorcycle world champion Johnny Chicotto. He's got some good experience. Of course, Chicotto had experience at Bathurst. We saw him in BMWs for many years back in the 80s.
I reckon I cheered him on.
You probably did cheer him on. You go back that far. But interestingly, he's been very, very impressive from the get-go. And I asked him, how did you manage to put it together? He said, well, it's something new. I wanted to enjoy it. He said, one of the great things about enjoying a circuit is you tend to be fast. He said, I've just been able to nail it. And he was quick, basically, straight out the gate. Dan Wells also very quick. And interestingly, we expected to see the reigning champion. He's on screen in the car in front for Lamborghini Auckland and the Giltrap Group. Of course, that is Chris Vanderdrift. Very, very experienced campaigner in GT cars, and certainly in one-make competition. But he is the reigning pro champion for Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, and he's done very well. So great to see him behind the wheel. It looks like he is the one that has started the number 84 entry, so we'll keep a close eye on that. But up front, already Chicotto's out by on 9/10 of a second, but Jackson Walls was telling me just prior to the start of the race that he thought he had him in qualifying during that first session. Got a little bit balked on one of his laps, which got looked at by the stewards. I don't think any action was taken on that, but he said the second lap was actually quicker. He said, I messed up. He said, I would have had pole position. So keep a close eye on Jackson Walls. He's not allowing Chicotto to get too far away.
The number 91, Henry Kay and Eric Kay there. That was the car that didn't make it out of qualifying at round 1 at Sepang. It was, they used the banker car to run in that race. And interestingly enough, Sean, the pressure on these race teams, that wrecked bits is sitting out of the back of the garages here at Tailem Bend at the moment because the car had to be shoveled into a container. Bought here, the repairs done trackside here by Kevin and the guys down there, and it's now on track. So they were lucky. They got to race the 2 races at Sepang, but now they're back in their own car, and the banker car is back in the container, ready for the next person that may need it.
keeping a close eye on Sam Brabham. He's done a very, very good job. He's done a few miles around here too now in GT3 competition, but this is really his first experience in a Super Trofeo car, and he said, man, they are such a great car to drive. And at one stage, he was more than matching Dean Canto's pace, which made Rod Wilson, who is the team boss of that Zagami-backed team this weekend, very, very happy. In fact, Rod at one stage was potentially slated to be behind the wheel, but he said, look, my days of being a hero in a race car are long since over. I want to build this. And the interesting thing about Zagami, who of course are the Lamborghini importer for both South Australia and Victoria, is this is paving the foundations for potentially running a Zagami team and Zagami drivers in Super Trofeo Asia throughout season 2024 and 25.
Super, that's a real hand-in-glove relationship there. Zagamis really do get involved with motorsport. Sam Brabham has done some racing in Europe, so if you're watching on over there, he did some one-make GT-type racing in Europe. Came home, which is, whether it be the UK or whether it be Australia, for the Brabhams, we like to still think that all the Brabhams are Aussies, and of course the lineage goes back to multiple world champion Jack Brabham. His cousin Matthew also has had Indy 500 starts in recent years as well, so certainly that Brabham name is synonymous with motorsport, and we love to watch the generations of that family come through and keep the lineage alive as far as that's concerned. This is a fantastic battle between the 84 and the 21, Chris Vanderdrift and Dan Wells.
Well, that's the other interesting point I was going to make out. In some of these nominations, we've actually missed some of this stuff, so the information you got was a little bit contradictory to mine, but it is in fact Dan Wells and Chris Vanderdrift. They are basically the standout performers in this championship. The guys in front of them are two young guys. Jackson Walls finding his feet. He's done a little bit of open wheel competition, admitted to me this morning that he's basically passed up on that aspiration, and he's more focused on GT competition. And I said to him, you've been very good in this car. And he said, I just feel comfortable in it. It's been really good. But the other motivation that is good, and he said to me yesterday that his father, Tony Walls, up until Malaysia, hadn't been in the car for a couple of years. So this is a real father and son exercise, but it's great that Tony has that chance in that objective car that's holding down position 2 at the moment, just slightly in front of this battle pack between Vanderdrift and Wells, a chance to just be a father and son team and enjoy the racing. But Jackson really has a good potential long term, as we've seen the fastest first sector just punched out by Chicotto. So he said to me beforehand, before this race started, there's a compulsory pit stop in the middle. If you're a single driver entry, you have to stop for a minimum time of 83 seconds. If you're a double driver entry, you have to stop for a minimum 80 seconds. So there's a 3-second back up there. Now, it's because you're the hot driver coming into the pit stop, you leave and you know the track conditions, you're going to make up an advantage. So they've worked out a nominal 3 seconds. So I said, how are you going to deal with that? He said, that's easy, I'm just going to drive away from the field at the start of the race and there won't be a problem, I'll come out leading the way I went in. I thought that's a fair theory, so good on him. Jonathan Chicotto's been very impressive this weekend and a hell of a nice guy too. So he's doing what he needs to at the front of the field, currently up by 1.2 seconds on Jackson Walls.
I tell you what, by design or by default, the idea of going father-son racing in a Huracan Evo 2 for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia series has sounds great to me. I don't have a son, but I'd love to do it with my daughter. It would be certainly a way to go, and I think Tony and Jackson are having a great time doing it. I saw Tony earlier this morning, who we're very well known in the Australian GT ranks, smiling from ear to ear. So that's what it's all about for that team. Out in front at the moment, though, Johnny Chicotto hasn't exactly run away and hidden from Jackson Walls, but Jackson Walls has got nearly 4 seconds over the next lot. So that plan he detailed to you, Sean, is starting to fall into place.
Now on screen we're looking at a great battle a little bit further back. That's Adrian Dietz in the number 93 entry. He's back in position number 13, just ahead of Johnson Wang, who's a fairly accomplished one-make driver in Asia. He's done a bunch of different racing, so that's interesting. As he dives down the inside, we just missed that opportunity to see whether or not Johnson Wang got that position on Adrian Dietz, but fair call too. We're looking at this great battle between two of the best GT drivers, I would say, in Asia. Of course, Chris Vanderdrift, the second of those cars in the Lamborghini Auckland entry, and the number 21 entry, of course, of Dan Wells, now Hong Kong-based D1 racing team. Now, the deal he put together for that car came together in the last week before the first round at Sepang. He was without a drive with Oscar Lee heading into the first round of this season. They put that deal together, and of course, between car 21 and of course the Vanderdrift car immediately behind him, the 84 entry, they were 1-2 in both races. They shared a win apiece, so they are leading this championship at the outright end. But of course, there's various categories. We'll get into that shortly. There's the Pro category, Pro-Am, and the Lamborghini Cup. I'll explain the differences shortly.
current spec Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2s, and they have done a massive advantage. Look at this. There it is. The 21 looks to the inside. The 84 stays with it. Chris Vanderdrift does very, very well and hangs on. Dan Wells gets it done there as well. There is now our race leader, the very brightly coloured Jonathan Chicotto entry.
And Dan Wells is actually pulling away from Chris Vanderdrift, which I'm a little bit surprised by. How's Sam Brabham's form, though? I mean, the two guys in front of him are experts at this. They've run at the front of this field for quite some time. In fact, Oscar Lee and Dan Wells ran in Europe last season and were right towards the front. In fact, they ran at the World Series and were not far off the podium. In fact, I think they got very close to the podium in the World Final. So they're a very talented team. And Dan Wells, there's no questioning just how good he is behind the wheel. Now, that's the number 63 entry. Let's check who started that one. Make sure that my documents are right. It's John Kwon, the US-based Korean driver. And they were very impressive during the opening round in damp conditions. And I have to say, one who was very impressive in the opening round, we had torrential tropical rain right as we're set on the grid for the start of the first race. 45 minutes it fell, non-stop. It was absolutely incredible. You've never seen so much water. But the start of the race, after the safety car had gone out and done 2 siding laps, and they said, all right, we're going to start in 10 minutes, Chris Vanderdrift went straight to slicks. And the rain was still settling. I said, what was the idea about that? He said, it's probably one of the only circuits in the world that effectively, as soon as the rain stops, with the ambient temperature and the track temperature, you can go out and skate around for 3 laps, and then you're good to go. So
he really dried up quick, didn't it?
He read that perfectly. The other problem, of course, is if you have to make a stop for a tyre change during the race, it's a minimum 50-second stop. So you really had to weigh up whether or not you were comfortable as an amateur driver in the wet on slick tyres, or whether you wanted to stay with that comfort barrier and go out on wets.
Getting a good look at car number 6 now. This is Sam Brabham, and he is currently sitting in position number 5. He's some 9 seconds off the lead of this race, so got some work to do there. Running with Dean Canto, who is widely recognised domestically in Australia as the professor of the Bend. He does a lot of work here, week in, week out, plugs himself in magnificently, and it's not his first rodeo as well in a Lamborghini. He has been around, has got an illustrious career starting in GTP type competition, so production car type racing. Moved to a strong career in the Australian Supercars Championship over many years, driving for factory teams there as well. And now Dean, fantastic to have him behind the wheel with another famous name in Australian motorsport. That's the Brabhams. Let's have a look at these two currently on screen now. This is the 71 in the mix there as well, and this is a very long surname. We Rabor Warompong. I hope I've got that right. Super Chai.
Super Chai, yeah.
We'll run with Super Chai, but he's just been given a very swift move by there as well. So that's the 18 coming on through here of Kang and Dino Deal. There is Dean Canto, just talking about Dino there as well, looking resplendent in his Super Trofeo Lamborghini overalls, ready to go. In fact, not ready to go, didn't even have the helmet or balaclava on.
Well, that's part of the strategy. The 50-minute races are part of the championship. There's 6 rounds. Each round has 2 races, so there's 12 races constitute the full season. Every race is 50 minutes. There's a compulsory pit stop for every team, whether you're a single driver or a 2-driver entry, between the 25 and 35-minute mark. As we just touched on, a single driver entry needs to stop for 83 seconds. 2-driver entry needs to stop for 80 seconds. It's to give the teams enough time to actually strap the drivers in and get everything right without rushing, making any mistakes and creating a bit of a safety issue. Now we're just looking at Jackson Walls being hauled in hand over fist by Dan Wells. Dan Wells will hand over to Oscar Lee. Now, Chris Vanderdrift perhaps isn't quite so worried about the fact that there is a bit of a lapse there. He's just dropped off the pace of Dan Wells in front of him. I say that, and he's just punched out his fastest first sector of the race because he knows that he's got Marco Giltrap, who you've seen a little bit of. He's done a lot of one-mate competition in New Zealand and Australia and been very, very impressive. And he was very impressive in very changeable conditions in Malaysia during the opening round. So the young Kiwi has been a very good addition to that team, and I think Vanderdrift's just thinking, we've pretty much got this, because as a 2-driver combination, we're probably a little bit faster lap on lap to the Wells and Oscar Lee combination. So the one they're all going to worry about is Chicotto, but I think you could almost say he's got this one in the bag. Now that's, I I wasn't going to talk about commentators' curse, but hey, I brought the rain down on us at the first round, so I'm just going to touch some wood if I can find some.
Here's the guys that have been working very hard, Sean, to get the crash car from Sepang repaired after the qualifying accident there. Guys on screen there, they look like they've been burning the midnight oil, and they have been. They've been piecing that car back together so it could get out on track there. There's the Garfield car number 33, Jason Lowe. And I like that car. I was wandering past it today and I thought that looks a little bit like me, that character on the side of that car. Relaxed at the car races and having a good old time of it. Currently sitting in position number 17. It's an AM entry and not mucking about either. In fact, did a really good job in qualifying. Qualified 17th and a 156.34, and all of the cars around him sort of 56s and 57s obviously, but really, really good. Never seen the place before yesterday when he arrived for practice, and doing a tremendous job. Can't miss the car in front. That is the brightest livery you've ever seen, and car number 71 there, Super Chai, has just lost a couple of spots in the last lap and a half. So there's a spinner off into the grass. I think that was the number 18, Kang. Zilong Kang, and this is a troublesome spot there because it has been quite damp in the days leading up to here. In fact, yesterday there was some wet conditions, even this morning was some damp conditions for some of the local domestic categories to run on here, and keeps it going, a little bit of rallycross style, and bounces it back onto the track. Thank you very much. I will get back underway in my Huracan Evo 2 here at the Bend.
It was interesting to come to the Bend, and a number of these drivers had obviously done simulator laps just to prepare themselves for the way the circuit ran. But as Ray Liu said to me just earlier, you can't work on elevation. It can't give you that sensation so much. So he said it was really very different, but they're all loving it. The one thing they have done though is a couple of the drivers said, look, by the end of qualifying we've done 9 laps. That's with a 2-driver entry. That's basically all we've got in the books. So they're being very cautious. They look like another car stopped there again too. I wonder whether it was the 18 still struggling. It is. In fact, they haven't managed to get themselves sorted.
Well, that's another off. That's another standalone spin there. So
you can see the telltale tyre marks as he's come into that position, turning himself around the right way. But they've been very cautious in taking the right approach and not being too over-generous to actually come in here and drive too hard, because this is a very new experience for many of them. Of course, we're used to circuits like Shanghai and Sepang and Suzuka and Fuji and all those big, well-known Formula One circuits, and a lot of these guys have done a lot of miles around there. But as you pointed out earlier in the program, 70 or 80% of this field have never seen the circuit before. So this has been very good so far to only have a couple of minor offs during the course of the weekend so far.
Not only in season 2023 have we got the new Huracan Evo 2, we're back after 3 years of not racing. The other thing that has been very, very interesting is we're here at a new track. And the Hankook tyre, here it is, there's a big run into it as well. Jackson Walls is not surrendering. The 22 goes out in the grass to defend this to the 21. Dan Wells momentarily pushed into the second place, has dropped back in behind. But Jackson Walls knows the layout here very well. Dan Walls has been at this game for a very long time, and his experience said, just ease out of this, Dan. You'll have another chance at the 21 at some point in this race, as we see the 33, the Garfield liveried car, off on the driver's left there as well. This battle rages, Sean, and my point was we're at a track we haven't been to before on the Hankook tyre, which is brand new this year, and the brand new car. So there's a lot of variables for all of these competitors to wrap their head around. And for mine, that all-important marriage between racetrack and race car, the Hankook tyre, is what you've really got to get your head around. That has seems to have been seamless, really, but I dare say there's some engineering crews, some tyre technicians in the background working feverishly to make it look like this is all going exactly to plan.
100%. That Control Hankook C54 compound slick is probably medium compound, but compared to what they'd used in the past, it was relatively similar. Obviously, there's a setup change, but the other thing you've got to remember too is this is the Evo 2. This isn't the Evo, the second generation rather. This is the third generation of the Huracan Super Trofeo. And whilst mechanically it is pretty much the same, there is a huge difference between this car and the Huracan GT3, as Rod Wilson was pointing out to me this morning, as this battle continues to wage between Jackson Walls and the fast, hard-charging British-based Hong Kong driver, or Hong Kong-based British driver, Dan Wells. So he's still keen to get forward, but he's also understanding that it's a championship. And if they want to be in a championship and you want to win championships, you have to finish races, and this is important. So you saw how Dan Wells really pushed it as much as he could, but it was pretty clear that Jackson Walls wasn't going to give that one up too easily. So Wells has just backed out of it. He knows the pit stop window is going to open before too much longer, and there's an opportunity for something to potentially change. But the good thing about the pit stop window is this is where strategy comes into play. We've seen it before in GT3 racing over many, many years. The pro drivers will go as long in the car as they can before that window finally closes to have less time for the lesser experienced driver to be behind the wheel. So that's all part of that strategy. But when you're caught up in a situation like that, the other thing you've got to play out is, well, really, is Oscar Lee going to be racing Tony Walls? Probably not. He's going to be much quicker lap by lap than Tony Walls. So do they get out of it early and just allow there to be a change and for Oscar Lee to actually start moving things further forward? So that is the Iron Lynx team. Marquino down there with his boys. He's just come back from Europe where they had a very strong run in the Lamborghini Cup Championship at Paul Ricard. Had a couple of wins there. I think he told me they had 8 or 9 cars between Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe and GT3 over there a couple of weeks ago. So they're keen to impress upon the Asian region just what they can do with Iron Lynx, but that is part of the former Keith Wong. There's a driver we know only too well in this part of the world.
Oh, very fond memories of him doing great laps and at Malala during the Shannon's Nationals all those years ago in one-make GT type racing. Great race driver. Good to see him back here in South Australia doing some racing. Also, Sean, the Iron Lynx team have an entry in Le Mans this weekend as well. So they'd be stretching themselves all over the world, not only north and south of the equator, east and west of the globe as well. So doing a terrific job. Here we have the 33 in now, Jason Lowe. And there he is, the Iron Lynx outfit, a little look inside the cabin of that car. Lots of things going on, very deliberate actions. We see this in driver changes now, don't we? The actions, the rushing and the scurrying of old is gone now, isn't it? It's very deliberate. Right hand goes here, left hand goes there. Belt in, belt in. Very, very well rehearsed and practiced in these driver changes. This continues this battle and it's absolutely enthralling. Jackson Walls, and I guess, Sean, this is now, when does the first one blink? You just detailed that the drivers that will be finishing the race in these two cars will be a little bit different in outlook and how they're going to approach it. But I guess once one of them blinks, normally the one in front, the one behind follows, don't they?
I don't think Jackson Walls has got anything to lose. He's certainly building a career as his father Tony. He's an accomplished GT racer in his own right. He's towards the shady end of his career in motorsport, I guess you'd put. Jackson's got a lot to prove by staying in front of a driver the calibre of Dan Wells, so he's not losing anything here. Dan Wells is thinking very much about championship. Ideally, the Walls team would like to be in that championship hunt, but they're not likely to be. The 33 is the first one to have blinked and come in for their compulsory stop, but things will definitely start to change in the layout of this race as we get through the compulsory stops now the other side. Now, I said the compulsory pit stop window is between 25 and 35. Pretty sure that's how it was when we were in Malaysia, but all very wide on the edge of the 18 again. We've already seen a couple of spins. You don't want to put too many wheels out on the grass, especially as you're loading up the car onto that side to turn in. He was well offline. In front of him, this race continues on.
The 17 of Mikko Nassi now. We're looking at just inside the top 10 in this race now. And Mikko Nassi, the Singaporean-based race driver. And under brakes, gee, these Huracan Evo 2 Super Trofeos are amazing under brakes. I think they actually take it up to the world of GT racing now under brakes. And it's interesting when you talk to the drivers and the difference between the generation, that's the one that springs to front of mind for all of them, is that you stomp on that middle pedal and you absolutely know your eyeballs just about go through the lens in your helmet.
Joined Andre Couto, who's the driver coach, very accomplished driver, former winner of the Macau Grand Prix in F3. He's doing a lot of work with Lamborghini Squadra Corsa in Asia this year just to get these drivers happy and organised. Of course, having driver trainers is a big part of one-make competition. He's driven these cars a couple of times and he said, Sean, there's no way you can lock a wheel on these things. He said these drivers, even the pros, will have a lot of trouble even finding the maximum braking performance in the car. He said they're so good. He's driven a lot of one-make competition around the Asian region, certainly. And he's done a lot of GT competition in Japan and around the world. He said these cars are every bit as good as a modern GT3 car. Very different. The platform's very different. Rod Wilson again from Zagami is explaining to me that this car is a completely different platform to the GT3 car. There's very few parts that are crossover. There's a bit of difference in ride height. That just changes the performance of the car, obviously, at the centre of gravity. The tyres are different diameter. It's not as wide, it's not as high as the GT3 tyre, and the aero obviously isn't as good. But on lap-by-lap performance, I mean, Craig Lowndes' lap record around here in a GT3 car is a 1:45.6. Dean Canto's put a Super Trofeo Evo around here in a 1:47.2, I think it was. So very, very closely matched in performance. Where they gain is in a straight line. Where they lose is in the high-speed corners. As you see more action a little bit further back as Dan Wells has another look at Jackson Walls. He had a little bit of a breather, thought, oh, I'll just give him a little bit of space and see if I can't creep up on him again. But we've still got a little bit of time before that pit window closes. And that's when Jackson Walls, I'm sure, will be in to hand over to Father Tony. Let's just see whether or not Dan Wells just gets fed up with this a little bit and decides to pit a little bit earlier to hand over to Oscar Lee. Fastest man on track is Dan Wells. Sorry, Daz, was just going to point out a 1:48.5.
We're just hearing reports in around from trackside officials that we've got some light drizzle starting to appear. Light drizzle is really just gossip, isn't it? It's super subjective as to what it is. It's when the track surface starts to get shiny that we start to really worry about it, or when the drivers go for the wiper switch. But at the moment, light drizzle won't affect the racing rubber. It will be at full temp, and we start to get a bit of traffic. There's the 16 off the track at the moment. That is Liang, Jitang Liang in number 16, a pro entry, was in position 7 on the road. And as we've seen, 2 cars just go past, so back to at least 9th. There's Jonathan Chicotto weighing in on it. He has just eased his gap out to 4.74 seconds. He's gained another 1/10 of a second on that lap. Sean, it feels as though in the early laps, 5 and 6, up to about 5 and 6, he was getting about half a second a lap. Over the last 10 laps or so, about the last 8 laps or so, he's been just easing out a 10th here and a 10th there. Here is Brabham in.
Hands over to Dean Canto.
Nick Pole emblazoned on the side there, an Australian manufacturer. And Zagami Autosport, as Sean mentioned before, the Lamborghini distributor in this part of the world, also in Victoria. Run a really slick business down there for all of their road car customers, and certainly the Autosport branch, which Rod Wilson heads up. Very, very experienced super speedway racer, super experienced open wheeler racer, GT racer, heading that up. So a better guy I couldn't think of to head up your motorsport program, and does it very, very well. In fact, he was that on it this morning. He was putting flags up, relaxing, putting flags up. So big shout out to Rod, many, many years at the top end of Australian motorsport.
All the time this battle goes on between Jackson Walls and Dan Wells. They're allowing Chicotto to get away. 4.3 seconds up now. I think they focused a little bit on just getting line and length the last couple of laps, because I think that gap got out to about 4.7 seconds and they've dropped it down to 4.2. It's just stretched out again as Chris Vanderdrift continues to follow around in position number 4. But 4.3 seconds the lead. That is all Chicotto needs. Now, he can pit whenever it suits him. So he'll be waiting, I guess, for a pit lane that isn't full of cars. But at the moment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, it says that Jackson Walls is coming into pit lane. Let's see if we see him in the background there. But certainly the timing monitor, that should be the Walls objective car. It should pull in there somewhere. No, that looks like it's the 93 entry.
Yeah, that's Adrian Dietz, the other Australian, who is just coming in to do his pit stop. Adrian, a very experienced Lamborghini racer. Indeed, sometimes Adrian is the only Lamborghini out there in Australia and domestically, but great to see him competing in this series this weekend, Sean.
Sorry, Daz, that is Dan Wells, new race leader, because it's telling us that Chicotto is in pit lane. I didn't see that yellow, red and black entry come down pit lane, but there certainly is Jackson Walls. Hands over to his father, Tony, and we're 21 minutes left in this race, 28 minutes down, or 29 minutes down. Chicotto's in pit lane. Walls is in pit lane. Sombat is in pit lane. Jiatong Liang in the Harmony Racing entry, just saw it shoot past there. They had pole position for race 2 at the hands of David Shen, who was due to be driving this weekend, but he had to pull out due to business commitments. I just spoke to him downstairs. He turned up to watch his team, the Harmony Racing team, compete, but he is not behind the wheel this weekend. Very accomplished Chinese one-make driver, an AM driver, came into this very late in life compared to a lot of the younger drivers who started in go-karts and open-wheelers. He certainly set pole position for race 2 in Malaysia. So they're in pit lane, and as Darren was just pointing out, Adrian Dietz also in pit lane, likely to be on his out lap anytime. There he is in the background, but Tony Walls has come out of pit lane. And once we shuffle the order and Dan Wells and Chris Vanderdrift hit pit lane, we'll see we're up to. There was the early race leader. That is the number 10 entry of Jonathan Chicotto, and he's already on fire. You can see what they say about having the single driver entries facing a longer time penalty, because they come out of pit lane already hot and ready to go. So an impressive run for him. Keep an eye on the number 10. Sorry, Daz, you were just pointing.
Looking at the CPS, or the pit window open at the moment. Time remaining in this race is 20 minutes and 11 seconds. If I read the regulations correctly, we've got 8 seconds now to get everyone in. And looking at the timing screen, we've got it with only 7 seconds left to go. So everyone has pitted and done the job. So some of those masters of strategy have waved their magic wand there as we get a good look at this number 10. And I would suggest once the rinse cycle is over, we'll bob up in the lead of this race. Magnificent shots into the back of these cars, and albeit the aero isn't as much as in wing surface, it is certainly a complex package on these cars. Here we go. Refired.
Oscar Lee behind the wheel, taking over from Dan Wells. That was the race leader. Now, they had a good advantage. They should come out still in the lead of this race, but Chicotto's charging. There's no counting for just how much time pit entry to pit out after you've done your 80 seconds for time into time out, that transiting the exit of pit lane and entry to pit lane, how much you're actually going to lose. So here we are on track. Let's keep a close eye. That is the Vanderdrift entry, which has pitted, of course. And Marco Giltrap is behind the wheel. Now let's see. There is Tony Walls. Oh, the 18 comes off again. That's not the first time, nor the second, I don't think, in this race.
Now, Ray Lou parked it up there. Now, that one is not going anywhere. This, I would suggest, is going to bring out that magnificent Urus safety car. Not that we wanted to see it, but if you're going to have a safety car, have a Lamborghini safety car, that is for sure. And yeah, he's not even attempting to drive out of there. That is straight on at the run down from turn 7, I would suggest, to turn 8. Big runoff area there, and then hit that magnificently groomed trap. And just confirmation from race control that the compulsory pit stop window is now open, and the 18 is absolutely going nowhere. No point even to try any further. It's just making it harder for the recovery team to drag you out.
Race leader's just gone through, and Marco Giltrap there is Jonathan Chicotto. He is leading this race. So 5.7 seconds. I expect to see the safety car boards. There they are in the background. Oh, yellow flag still, but we're hearing safety car will be out shortly. Now, yellow flag too. Chicotto needs to be very careful. He just made a passing move, and we were watching a yellow flag in the background.
We were watching a yellow flag in the background.
I think he's just allowing him back through, so he's obviously seen what's going on. He's had word from pit lane that safety car is due, and he was eyes on. He was absolutely charging up to 5.7 seconds clear, rather, of Marco Giltrap after that stop. And I think for Ray Wu, unfortunately, who qualified position number 6 as an AM driver in his second qualifying session. Very, very impressive. In fact, AM drivers were 4, 5 and 6. So he'll be really dirty on himself. I reckon that is cold drive. He's just gone in there too hot. Conditions weren't quite right. Tyres, well, certainly they're up to temperature, because you don't make a compulsory stop and change tyres. You don't need to. If you do need to, it's an additional 50-second penalty, so you don't want to be changing tyres. But certainly these control handcooks do the job. You don't need to be worrying about tyre wear or drop-off, which we often talk about between a new tyre and a used tyre, as there is your 1-2 behind the safety car. And what will Chicotto be able to do? So far, he's been pretty flawless. In fact, during practice, he was quickest in the opening practice session. Dan Wells went quickest in session 2. In fact, Wells got down to a 47.9. The first session was a 49.3 from Chicotto, and then Chicotto went out and blitzed qualifying both sessions. We had a red flag during the second qualifying session, I'm pretty sure. Yes, it was, because Dean Canto was behind the wheel. Canto had set the pace. There was a red flag incident for a driver off at turn 10, I think it was. Turn 16 during the qualifying session. Brought all the cars back into pit lane, and Canto didn't go back out again, but he had a 3/10 advantage at that point. Rod Wilson was saying to me that Canto said, I just got nothing left. If he goes faster, I can't do anything about it. He's just too quick. Rod Wilson was explaining that what was interesting was that Chicotto was 4/10 faster than Canto across the first sector, which they were all surprised about. They got no idea how he managed to pull it off, because Canto said, I'm hanging her out there. That's as quick as I'm going to make it, and I just can't catch him. So looks like we've got a little bit of information down in pit lane. It sounds like Sam Brabham down there with Connor.
It was so good. I had so much fun out there. Like, first start in one of these cars was different to what I'm used to a little bit. You know, the GT race of the rolling starts, it was such good fun, and you know, trying to keep up with the faster guys in front was a good experience. And I've handed over to Dean now, and hopefully with the safety car we can catch up a little bit and have a good chance at a podium.
So the looming conditions, there was a bit of inclement weather coming over the top. Was that looming in the back of your mind?
Not really. I like to call it dry rain, where it doesn't really make the ground wet. It's one of those things where you've got to just push through it, and until you start to feel something underneath you, it's very easy to see something on the windscreen and think, oh, I'm going to slow down. But actually, you've got tyre temp, you can actually have grip, so it's actually not so bad.
Perfect. Thank you, Sam Brabham.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Commentator's vernacular, and that is dry rain. I like that. That's exactly what I was trying to say when I was saying it's not wet till the track is shiny, but certainly trust a Brabham to have a more technical term to run that out with. Something interesting, Sean, I'm just interrogating the results from race 1 at Sepang, which was obviously delayed with rain, and that the SQDA Grid Motorsport team of Chang Woo Lee and John Kwong in the number 63 got home in second place. They're currently down in 6th place. Now, it's changed in complex a little bit now that we've got the safety car out and they're bunched back up. But those guys have only just started to come into a decent lap time. So they've, you know, we're talking about those maybe 9 laps in practice, and they've just started to get their learning process on. They've just jumped into this second part of this race, and Chang Woo Lee has, I think, plugged in faster and starting to come through. So I'm watching for that car that came second in the first race of the championship, currently running 7th on the road, to push on through. Obviously, Sam Brabham is watching Dean Canto to see how he can push through there as well. But certainly in spectacular fashion, Jonathan Chicotto has done a brilliant job so far this weekend. Let's have a look whilst we're got the race nullified a little bit at the moment. Jonathan Chicotto leads the way with 18 laps under the belt, and fastest lap in the race at a 1:48.56. His fastest, not the fastest in the race. That's Dan Wells at a 1:48.54. 2 100ths of a second faster. Marco Giltrap, a pro entry in car number 84, fastest lap, a 1:49.20. Interestingly, not a 1:48. So the car behind and the car in front has done 1:48s. But Marco Giltrap, the number 84 entry, hasn't managed to get into the 48s. Tony Walls is next in line into the 48s, a 1:48.85 in a Pro-Am entry in car number 11. Then we go to Dean Canto, a pro entry, being with Dean Canto and Sam Brabham, 1:49.75. So this is where the lap time started to just ease off. Dan Wells, fastest car on track, in position number 5. Then we have Anawat in the AM entry number 19, a 1:50.99. Chang Woo Lee that car's just landed inside the 150s on lap number 15. So they're really starting to push well, and I'm looking for a late race charge. I'm going to suggest maybe 10 minutes will be left on the clock to do it. We go to the 17 now, in position 8, a wheeling knee. Xinghu Zhu in the number 16 in 9th, Eric Kay in 10th, then Sudaluk in the number 78 in 11th, David Lau in 12th, Vincent Tai in 13, Mark Darwin in 14, Superchai in 15 in the number 71, the first of the Lamborghini challenge cars. Then we have Adrian Dietz in the AM entry in 16th, Harry O. Then we have Kumar Prabhakan, Chi Min Ma, or Dr. Ma, in number 83, and then the number 18 of Ray Liu. rounds out the field of 20 cars. So Chicotto leading the way. Marco Giltrap in the number 84. And I guess if you were Jonathan Chicotto, the one you don't want to be seeing in your mirror, Jonathan Chicotto, is probably Marco Giltrap. Tony Walls is the one next in line. And I guess Tony Walls is also looking in his mirrors going, no, not Dean Canto. He knows his way around this joint.
Well, it is going to be Dean Canto. In fact, we've got safety car off. You can see the lights are off. It's about to pull in down pit lane. And with just on 10 minutes to go, we are going to restart. So keep a close eye on the guy in front. Marco Giltrap, I don't think is going to be able to fire down the inside of Chicotto. But the one we're going to keep a close eye on is Dean Canto. But he's back in position number 6. So he's got a couple of lapped cars in between him and the race leader. So that's going to slow him down a little bit. You see Chicotto's fired out of the last corner and he is really motoring. I'm not going to talk about the windows. Last time I did that was horrendous. So I'm going to let you make any observations on that front. We're underway.
So stop talking about it, Sean. Let's get on with it. Johnny Chicotto jumps away like he did at the start of this race. Have a look at the field. Fan out as they come down into turn 1. It's a restart all over again. Marco Giltrap poised just in behind, but Jonathan Chicotto has got it. Oh, Tony Walls is around. Surrenders his 3rd spot in the race, goes to the grass, and the 83 has gone around. He was from right down the field, the 83. This is Dr. Ma. Raw fuel out the back of the car there. It'll refire, and that will definitely go out. So we've got one from the front and one from the rear of the field spinning in turn 1 on the safety car restart.
That was Keith Wong, unfortunately. He was looking to try and make up some positions after a fairly steady start from Dr. Ma. But on the screen at the moment is Marco Giltrap in position number 2, doing what he can to keep his championship points alive. And they're very, very well poised at the top of the championship points in the Pro class. Of course, coming into this season off the back of the last time they were racing in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. That's going back a number of seasons, and the champion at that point was Chris Vanderdrift, Marco Giltrap's co-driver. So the Giltrap group supported Auckland Lamborghini entry. They will be doing everything they can to keep this championship alive. A little bit further forward, though, is the man we see on screen. That is Jonathan Chicotto, the Venezuelan son of multiple world motorcycle champion Johnny Chicotto. Of course, he had some time in touring cars and, of course, in Formula One. And perhaps that's where Jonathan wants to go. He's a very, very accomplished GT driver and turned a fantastic job in this weekend so far. Great to see him running at the front of the field.
Car number 6 has dropped down a couple of spots as well, Sean, as I would suggest what happened in turn 1. Tony Walls and Dean Canto. Tony Walls has dropped right back out of the 10. Dean Canto's dropped back to 5th. So you'd have to suggest that the 2 Australians came together somewhere there, or there was a misunderstanding over an argument on a piece of real estate on track there, and they've both come out losers in that instance. So that's a shame for their push, particularly for Tony and Jackson Walls, who are in this for the entire championship, and they're pushing on very well in the objective number 11. And we wish them all the very best for the rest of the journey.
In fact, you can see that the first sector for Dean Canto was 9 seconds slower than the race leader, so he certainly lost some wholesale time. There he is on screen for Zagami Autosport, doing a very good job, just trying to make some sort of recovery. He's got the flashes on at the moment, so I'm not sure what he's alerting everybody to. Maybe he can't reach the switch.
Be careful, Sean. Be
Sorry,
very careful.
Canto does like revenge.
Having a look now at this bit of the field, this is Dean Canto, Dan Wells up the road, Chang Woo Lee in the 63, Sean. That was the one I said I was watching up into P3 now. So they've come from 7th up into P3. As I said, just before that safety car period, they really switched the pace on in that car, and they've done a tremendous job, now currently sitting in a podium position.
Well, testament to that is their fastest first sector. They've just punched it out just that last lap. He's only
Canto gets unlocked that spot, under brakes.
That's another one further forward. And that was one of the cars that started in front of him at the start of this restart. And unfortunately, that has delayed his progress and potentially put him into a position where he came into contact with Tony Walls. So a little bit of drama further back. Now the 83 is in pit lane, and that is Keith Vong, who we saw having spun. So obviously got the car restarted, back down pit lane, but up front, there is the man leading this race. He's already out by 3.2 seconds, and that, of course, is Jonathan Chicotto.
Terrific livery design on this car. They've used all of the angles that the factory wanted them to use to accentuate the magnificent silhouette of the Huracan Evo 2 Super Trofeo body shape, and that is a really well thought out livery, and it is storming on now down into turn number 6, the big stop. Swing right back around on yourself. An absolute plethora of track space. There's acreage of blacktop down there. Oh, this is not what you want to see. The team with the engine cover off, the Veloce Motorsport outfit. And, well, when you got the Veloce, it's fast. So Fast Motorsport have got some work to do there as well. And we watch the number 83 just be fought over at this point in time. Johnny Cicotto leading the way now. We have got 5.5 minutes left in this race. 21 laps have been completed, and the TRT racing team, for all intents and purposes, seem to have the game on a string. The 28 damage, that is David Lau in the 28, and that has some bad damage on the front again. We're going to see another front clip come dragged out of the 40-foot containers out the back now. He's clearly signalling, I'm okay, but the car is not going anywhere. So that, gee, I can't quite pick up exactly where that is on track, but it looks to be in a relatively safe spot. So we'll see that at turn 6 when the cars come around again, but I would suggest that with 4.5 minutes left in this race, let's hope that race control allow this one to continue on. There is an investigation on cars 11 and 83, which was on that restart. I would suggest the 83 is in the pit lane, and the number 11 is Tony Walls. So they were two cars that came proper in that restart. And we have got a safety car called as well with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in this one. You'd have to suggest, looking at the damage on that Huracan Evo 2 out on track, it's going to be a lengthy one to get that one removed into a safe place.
Well, David Lai had a drama during qualifying. That particular occasion, it was turn 16. That brought out a red flag. Not too much damage to the car, but this time that's quite significant down at turn 6. So we're looking at a little bit of racing further back in the field, and I think that was Vincent Tai going for position and making up some ground, and that was back around positions number 9 and 10 with Wei Liang Ni. So this will be a frustrating stall to position, but what it does is gives us an opportunity to just highlight the 4 categories. There's 4 distinct categories within Lamborghini Super Trofeo. The Pro category, which sort of stands alone as the outright drivers, and that can be drivers that are silver or gold. And in the case of somebody like Jonathan Cicotto, he did race at last round with Li Chung, but Li Chung actually had an issue getting his visa in time to get into Australia, so couldn't make it, which is why Cicotto's driving alone. He wasn't prepared to do that when he first arrived here, but that's the situation. But he's a gold driver, so he can do that. If he was a platinum driver, he could not drive alone.
I could give him a bronze if he wanted to.
Well, I think a few people have put their hands up. The Pro-Am category, of course, is the Pro drivers and the Am category. So we're talking about the leading Pro-Am team being the car that's in position number 4, which is Oscar Lee behind the wheel. He is the Am component of that Pro-Am entry with Dan Wells, of course. Jonathan Cicotto is a pro, as is Marco Giltrap and Chris Vanderdrift. They're a pro. That's 1-2. Changru Lee, you were talking about, the number 63 entry, is holding down position number 3. They did a very solid job, but their position perhaps in Malaysia was highlighted a little bit by their tyre choice. As an Am driver, they were one of a handful of teams that actually changed to slick tyres before the start of the race, so they had performance at the end of the race. Having said that, though, the drivers that do a lot of racing in Korea hadn't ventured outside of Korea until they arrived at Sepang, so they're a bit of an unknown component. They themselves admitted, wow, how did we do so well? Like, we jumped in the car, we went out and did our best, we weren't expecting anything amazing, and it all unfolded, so perhaps not a surprise that they're again holding down position number 3. Then you've got the Lamborghini Cup. Now, I'll read it because it's a little confusing, because a little bit of it is discretionary based on driver performance. You want everybody to compete at their level. You don't want somebody who's an Am racing against pros and then feeling like they're missing out. So Lamborghini Cup is a category where Lamborghini reserves the right to modify the driver's categorisation at any time. So it may be a driver who's come into the sport later in life. They don't have anything to bank on apart from club days, or they may have just bought a car and done a little bit of testing. and they come into the championship, they've been classified as Lamborghini Cup. So at the moment, that is Superchai holding down position number 14. Kumar, who is the LC Cup championship points leader, who's come from racing in Europe with Iron Lynx a couple of weeks ago, he's holding down position number 2. And Harry O, who is driving with his brother, they had a drama during the opening race at Sepang, coming out of turn 3, and that's the same place the K brothers also had a drama, which sidelined them to the backup car for the start of the first race. They are holding down in position number 3, and the number 83 entry, which we saw having dramas, it is in position number 4 in LC Cup. So they're the 4 distinct categories within the championship for Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, and we're just getting word, Daz, that this race will be finished behind the safety car. So I would suggest that Jonathan Cecotto is continuing his solid run on Saturday here at the Bend. Pole for race 1, pole for race 2, and now victory, his maiden victory in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia.
Terrific result there. He really did want it right from turn 1, Sean. He got away from the line beautifully, although we did get word that the start of the race, the entire start of the race, was going to be under investigation post-race. So they're obviously going to have a look back at some footage of that. But certainly he arrived at turn 1, and that early stanza, that early 6 to 8 laps of the race where he was just chipping away at a half-second lead, gaining a half-second every lap. So that was a really cool start to the race, and I dare say a nice result. And the checkered flag is readied for this field. They've got 4 or 5 corners still to, 1 corner to get round to get onto the straight, and to front for the checkered flag. So car number 10, this will be a great feeling for Jonathan Cecotto to bring it into the checkered flag. Would have been nice to be under green flag racing conditions, Sean, but so bad brings it in.
That's exactly right. That's 4 points in the books. That will certainly elevate them up the championship. Now, imagining now that will classify him though as a pro, so he'll be going into the title fight with the Vanderdrift and Giltrap entry, and Xu Shangwei and David Chen. So there's a little bit of a change there. So
I think there might be a bit of a change too, Sean. You were looking at your notes there. A couple of cars drew alongside each other. I think they forgot they were under safety car, and you can't overlap on safety cars. So there's going to be some further discussions there. And I think we're talking about the roundabout where Sutalak and Vincent Tai were. So there's 78 and 51. But there might be a nuance under the Super Trofeo standing regs that can be done. I don't think so. But here we go. This is how it looks. Car number 10 takes the win, Jonathan Cecotto. Well done to that team and that driver. Marco Giltrap and Chris Vanderdrift come home in 2nd place. Brian Lee and John Kwong in 3rd place, and that is your podium. Oscar Lee and Dan Wells deserve 4th place there. Dean Canto and Sam Brabham, I guess, can at this point in time wonder what might have been, but they'll have another restart tomorrow and see where they can go with that. Then we have Loman Hadtai and Prom Sombat in 6th there. Henry Kay and Eric Kay. Sudaluk into position number 8. Johnson Huang and Vincent Tai in 9. And rounding out our 10, Mika Nassi there as well.
Tony Walls and Jackson Walls, unfortunately, after a solid start and a good position for the restart, back in position number 11. Zhu Shangwei and Liang Jigtong in position number 12. Then Jason Lowe and Mark Darwin first, a lap down. Super Chai, Adrian Dietz, Kumar, Harry O and Haziko, Smart Say and David Lau, Dr. Ma and Keith Vong, and Kang Jilong and Liu Ray round out your 20 entry field. So we get to do it again tomorrow, Daz, so it's not all over. And of course, we must explain that these results are provisional. We have to say that every time. I think we get society using the word provisional, don't we?
Well, I think there was every second lap there was an under investigation propped up on our screen here. So, and around the world we all saw that. So yes, there will be some investigation. It is only 3:15 here locally in Australia, so there's plenty of time for the stewards to adjudicate. Locally here in South Australia, race number 2 will start at 11:25 tomorrow morning. Check your local guides wherever you are around the world to work out where Adelaide, South Australia time, 11:25 a.m. will be the local time, and we will see it. Here come our winners and our podium getters, and they will take up their places behind the Super Trofeo Squadra Corsa Lamborghini, that magnificent raging bull. If you're a Lamborghini fan, all the podium full of Lamborghinis, and that's the way it is. We will say good day to our man down in pit lane, Callum Brannigan, with the drivers that have just arrived in pit lane.
Thank you, boys.
Yeah,
Jonathan Cicotto has just rolled up into pit lane here. You can see he's extremely happy with that result, and he's congratulating his team on that performance, and he is absolutely elated. So we'll just give him a few moments to celebrate. We'll see if we can grab him in just a few moments. Jonathan, you got a few moments? Yeah. Firstly, congratulations. Well done, mate.
Thank you. It was... Sorry.
I'll give him a few more moments just to take his helmet off. There he is. First, congratulations, Jonathan. Thanks, mate.
Thank you. It's nice. It's my first time here in Australia, and a good welcome, I would say. So I'm happy, and tomorrow there's another long race.
What are your first initial impressions of the Bend Motorsport Park? Obviously success off the bat, which is great. Here comes the Hankook hat, obviously, but a lot of success on debut, but it's quite a challenging track for you to settle into.
Yeah, for sure. There are some very challenging corners that at the beginning took me a couple of laps to get used to it. I started to get the rhythm now, and I'm starting to enjoy a lot. Very fast corners, downhill, turn 9, 10, 11 are one of the most exciting I've ever driven.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Now we'll go back to the commentary box.
Cicotto and all of the local and international photographers now want their time with the race winner, don't they? We want to get them up on the podium and taste the champagne.
There's that coveted Hankook #1 hat. They all love those. That'll go onto the mantelpiece. But a great result for Cicotto. And another one of the young drivers who's part of the Lamborghini Squadra Corsa program. And they've done a great job in actually graduating drivers through to GT and now into WEC. Guys like Mecco Bertolotti, who's racing this weekend at Le Mans. Very, very talented driver. It's a great program. And, I mean, remember, this has been running for a number of years. Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia started in 2012. So it's a program that's been going on for a long time, but very, very popular. And again, I go back to Andre Couto, very, very experienced driver. And he said these things are really the real deal. They're a fantastic car to drive. He said, I've driven a lot of one-make competition stuff. I've driven Super GT in Japan. I've driven GT3s at the top level. But he said these things are just brilliant to drive. The performance of them, but also how forgiving they are for a gentleman driver. So that's important too for a category like this, that they want to go out, they want to go fast. They're very close to the pace of an outright GT3 car. So they give you that whole race experience, but with a level of comfort and safety that allows you to push the car to your comfort zone and still be fairly quick.
Certainly the Super Trofeo is a decent car. You touched on 2012, the Gallardo LP564, a venerable race car indeed. Not the first time we saw one-make Lamborghini racing in Australia. Of course, supporting the Australian Grand Prix right back in the 90s was the Diablo SVR and the Diablo GTR over here supporting the... Well, they were actually touring with Formula One around the world at the time. So it's really cool to see a tradition revived in Australia with the Raging Bull, and a brand that is very, very fond to Australians. They're certainly... It's a aspirational brand. It's an aspirational car, and one of those ones. You know, I'm a boy of the '80s. It was always the Countach up on the wall at home, and I guess as the years go by, it was a Diablo, then an Aventador, and these days the Gallardo, and moving on to the Huracan. So it's just one of those brands that it makes your heart beat, that's for sure.
Well, there's certainly been a few people comment this weekend that haven't heard these things at full song in the past, that 5.2 litre V10 is just beautiful as it's going up and down gears, and just the sound of it at full throttle is amazing.
I remarked to our local commentary team here that are covering the support categories as well that I went to the Australian Grand Prix and heard Formula One, and I went, I can't wait to get to the Bend and hear the V10s of the Lambos, because Formula One for me orally has just lost it. The audio soundtrack to these things just absolutely eclipses them.
So we go to the calendar, which is on screen, of course, for the 2023 Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia schedule. We started at Sepang in Malaysia back in early May. We're here this weekend at the Bend for the very first time, and we hope that continues. And talking to Davide Gobi, the boss of Top Speed, who organises all these major championships throughout Asia and the region, he's pretty confident that this won't be the first time we'll be back in Australia. So we'll be in Australia, I shouldn't say back in Australia, for Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. This is their debut down under, so it'll be good to be back in 2024. 14th to the 16th of July at the mighty Fuji International Speedway. I personally can't wait for that one. That's a fantastic circuit. Off to Everland Speedway in South Korea on the 18th to the 20th of August. And then Shanghai International Circuit, a venue that has spent... seen a lot of competition for Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia over recent seasons on the 8th to the 10th of September. And then it's Vallelunga in Italy. Now, that's interesting because the way the World Final is done, Daz, is you finish your regional championship. Of course, we have Super Trofeo Asia, we have Super Trofeo USA and Super Trofeo Europe. So for 2 days, you finish on the Vallelunga circuit, the final round of your national championship. And then the leading teams go into a World Final at the same circuit 2 days later to close out the season. So that is a top prize. And last year, in fact, we saw Oscar Lee and Dan Wells were amongst those teams right at the top of the tree, vying for the outright win in the Super Trofeo World Final. So some of these guys have been very, very impressive. And of course, we've got to remember too, in the Asian region, there hasn't been the level of motorsport we see in Europe, certainly in Europe. In America and also in Australia. So these guys are very new to competition, and a category like this is very much about, we call it gentleman driver, and of course ladies are welcome to compete as well. There isn't any competing at the moment, but for drivers who are business people to come into the sport later in life when they've sorted out family, they've sorted out business, and we have drivers in the field that are well and truly into their 60s, and they're competing at a level that they're comfortable at. That's what a lot of this one-make competition is about. The reason you have pro drivers is because those drivers who are coming in as amateurs can bring the professional in to help guide them and give them data and experience and get them up to speed to make their experience in racing a lot better. So that's the level of competition this is. So very different to outright GT3, where you've got professionals that just missed out on a drive in Formula One or World Touring Cars or V8 Supercars racing for the final 10th of a second and hanging it out every single lap and riding off cars. These guys are very measured. They're trying hard, but they're very measured in how they're racing. So you have a fair distinction between the drivers at the front of the field and the rear of the field. But also what's impressive about this too is the pros are very understanding of that, so they're not pushing their nose up where they don't need to. You saw Jackson Walls battling with Dan Wells. He knew he could do that. He wouldn't have done that with an amateur driver because it doesn't pay off for either of them. So it's a fantastic championship, and to go into this season after a sabbatical of 4 years, I think it was, rather than 3 years, it's nice to be racing again with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and the Huracan Evo 2 is certainly a very, very impressive beast.
And that just doesn't happen overnight either. When you've had such a break in it, and it happened all around the world in every racing series, everyone has to be reassembled again. Sean, yourself, you had to be brought back into the fray, and then there's a new car and all of those bits and pieces. Interestingly enough, Sean, I just want to know who I give my address to, because I reckon I tick about 70% of those profiles of those drivers that to qualify for a Super Trofeo Huracan Evo 2.
I think it's financial. I think that's the one box that you and I both aren't able to tick.
That's the 30% that ends up being 99% of the job, doesn't it? But it's certainly not too far away from having ourselves a podium. We will go straight to that, and once we get the signal that we're going live there's a great shot of the back of the grandstand that sits on driver's right here at the Bend with Adelaide on it. And I remember when Adelaide, all I could think of when I said that was Adelaide Alive, and it was the Australian Grand Prix, and we were making our way into Adelaide to view that. These days, of course, the Australian Grand Prix held at Albert Park in Melbourne, but the very best 10 Australian Grand Prix were held not too far from here, about an hour from here, in the great city of Adelaide. There's the magnificent facility that is the Bend Motorsport Park Welcome Centre, the Ridges Hotel off to the right of the screen there. The viewing area is on top, and you can see the podium just tucked away just above actually that Adelaide sign on the back of those grandstands there. A really beautiful part of South Australia, the Murray River, not too far away from here. So the name Tailem Bend is the big bend in the Murray River that they take there, and it is a beautiful part of the world. In fact, South Australia is a beautiful part of the world if you like adventures, if you like relaxation, if you like the outback. It is certainly the gateway to the Australian outback, heading up through Cooper Pedy and into Central Australia, and it is a beautiful part of the world. We're standing by now for the podium to go live for round 2, race number 1 of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. A poignant time to send a message out to all of our officials that are out beside the track. They've stood through some pretty trying conditions here over the last day and a half or so of both practice qualifying. Not racing. Racing being done under all dry conditions, although we did have some reports of some drizzle around the track. There's the message on screen. A big thanks to all the officials and volunteers. Visit motorsport.org.au/officials if you are here locally in Australia, but certainly the FIA, jump on their website and they will take you to your local precinct or your local ASN that will be organising officials for motorsport in your part of the world. So check that out, or you can actually go to motorsport.org.au/officials and link back to the FIA, and you can certainly be a part of it. The volunteer motorsport officials do get the extreme trackside experience. There is a lot of training that is dished out or handed out to those people to make sure that they don't just get thrown into a dangerous situation. And we had just been told podium not too far away, spectacular sight with 20 Lamborghini Evos lined up in pit lane. We're about to go down to the podium for the trophy presentation of race number 1. Quick reminder, 11:25 local time here in South Australia will be 11:25. We go to the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the podium ceremony for race 1 of 2023 Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Round 2 at the Bend. Now let's invite the overall top 3 winners onto the podium. Your winner of the race, car number 10 from TRT Racing, Jonathan Cecotto. Second place, car number 84 from Absolute Racing, Marco Giltrip, Chris Wonderdrift. Third place, car number 63 from SQDA Great Motorsport, Bern Lee and John Kwan. And now it's my honor to invite Mr. Sam Shaheen, the owner and the managing director of the Bend Motorsport Park, to present the trophy to the winners. Now it goes to John Kwan. Burnley and John Kwan.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well done. Thank you.
Sir, now let's have group. And now we'll welcome all the drivers and Mr. Sam to have group photo.
Group photo. All right.
Guys, let everyone stay. Mr. Sam, and now it is your champagne time. And now we are heading the podium ceremony for Pro-Am class. Your winner of Pro-Am class, car number 21 from D1 Racing Team, Oscar Lee, Dan Wells. Second place, car number 17 from Racecraft, Ni Wei Liang and Mikko. Yeah. Third place, car number 11 from Objective Racing, Tony Walls and Jackson Walls. And now it's my honor to invite Mr. Francesco Scardoni, Region Director Automobile Lamborghini Asia Pacific, to present the trophies. And now it's photo time. Everybody please step forward to the fence. Thank you, Mr. Francesco Scardoni, and now it is champagne time. Ladies and gentlemen, and now it's the podium presentation for Race 1 of 2023 Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Round 2 at the Bend AM class. Your winner of AM class, car number 63 from SQDA Great Motorsport, Brian Lee and John Kong. Second place, car number 19 from Absolute Racing, Mai and Yu. Third place, car number 91 from Triple S Racing, Henry and Eric. And now it's my honor to invite Miss Nikki Dimitriou, brand manager Oceania Roger Dubus, to present the trophy to the winners. And now, everybody, please step forward. We have to the fence, please. And now it is your champagne time. And now we are having the podium ceremony for Lamborghini Cup. The winner of Lamborghini Cup, car number 71 from Sigma Cars, calls Super Chai. Second place, car number 37 from Iron Lakes, Kuma Prabhakaran. Third place, car number 5 from HDO Fortis Racing Team, Harry O and Hadrick O. And now it's my honor to invite Mr. John Cho, Managing Director of Hankook Australia, to present the trophy to the winners. Now everybody step forward. We have the group photo for Lamborghini Cup. Everybody here. Thank you, Mr. Jung. And now for the Lamborghini Cup, it is your jumping time. Hold on. Right now, let's invite everybody come back to the podium. Let's have a group photo of all the drivers, friends, presenters, please. Everybody, let's have group photo. Everybody, come back to the podium.
Trofeo, Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia podium there. What a fantastic day of racing. Callum Brannigan has run up pit lane and back into the commentary box. We've got a full day of racing again tomorrow, Callum, and kicks off with a first race, the Hyundai XL race number 2, 7 laps. BMW E30 and the SA Tin Tops put on a ripping race today. They'll have 7 laps. Australian Prototypes race 2 for 10 laps. The Australian Formula Open race 2 for 10 laps as well. The headline act, 11:25. Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, race number 2, 11:25. Note that one down. That's Adelaide time in South Australia. Hyundai XLs will have their 1 o'clock race for race 3. BMW E30s and SA Tin Tops at 1:25. At 1:50, the Australian Prototypes race number 3, a timed race of 30 minutes. The Australian Formula Open race number 3, 15 laps. Final race of the day will be the Hyundai XL race number 4 for 10 laps. All races live and free around the world via all of your social medias, Blendline TV, of course, Lamborghini Squadra Corsa, the Lamborghini Facebook page. Plenty of action tomorrow for the 2023 South Australian Motorsport Series. Callum, we have had a ripping day here at the Bend and looking forward to it tomorrow.
Yeah, Darren, it's been an outstanding day, and what an outstanding 50-minute race that was for race 1 of Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, making its debut in Australia in a very big way. And the best part is we're back here tomorrow to do it all again with 50 minutes. Another race coming your way. Slightly different, though. We have the alternate drivers, if there are a 2-driver combination starting the race. But I guess it's about time to wrap things up down here at the Bend Motorsport Complex, Darren.
Thank you very much for joining us here. If you joined us at the track or indeed online around the world, we'll catch you tomorrow. See you then.